session where we will be discussing and participating actively, both in person and online, on presentations and panels related to intellectual property rights and legal protections for media stakeholders. We will be speaking about disability inclusion, equality, and gender equality in media. We will also be looking at mental health, and health reporting in the Caribbean. We will be looking at the impact of media and information literacy at the sectoral level. So MIL media and the economy, and MIL media and culture. And we will have the support of experts from Grenada, as well as experts from the United Nations, as well as other regional and international development partners. And I just want to confirm for all participants that at the end of the 2-day workshop, we will be sharing with you the video recording of the workshop alongside a copy of the presentations of each presenter for the SIM Caribbean MIL and Media Stakeholder Engagement Workshop. So you will receive, following the workshop, a copy of the session recording as well as the presentations following. So thank you for your attention and for your participation in the pre-workshop assessment and the post-workshop assessment for day 1. We now hand over to our colleagues in Grenada.
One, two. Okay. Good morning, everyone. I know that we are running a bit behind time. We're supposed to start promptly at 9, but we're just awaiting the moderator for the first session. She is on her way. She's close by, so as soon as she gets here, we will start. So, to the persons joining us online as well, we just ask that you bear with us for a few short minutes, and then we'll get started. Thank you. Okay. Let me see. Everybody for panel is here. Yeah. So, okay. Yes. All right. Go on. Okay. So, good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the Media and Information Literacy and Media Stakeholder Engagement Hybrid Workshop. It is my absolute pleasure again to be your Master of Ceremony for today's event. I am Abigail McIntyre, Information Officer with the Government Information Service of Grenada. Before we begin today's sessions, let us take a brief look back at what was a very engaging and informative day 1. Yesterday, we explored a number of important areas surrounding media and information literacy, including the role of the media, the importance of critical thinking, and the need to effectively evaluate the information we encounter and share. We also had meaningful discussions on the changing media landscape, the opportunities and challenges presented by digital technologies and artificial intelligence, and the importance of responsible and ethical use of information. The interactive sessions and group discussions allowed participants to share their experiences, perspectives, and ideas, while also examining some of the challenges faced by media professionals and stakeholders in today's rapidly changing information environment. Overall, Day 1 provided us with a strong foundation for the discussions ahead. As we move into Day 2, I encourage everyone to continue participating actively, sharing your views, asking questions, and making the most of this opportunity to learn from one another. With that brief recap, let us get ready for another productive day of discussions and learning. I would like to invite again Mrs. Ruth Jacob Roberts to open us in a word of prayer. So please stand with me as Ms. Ruth comes to the microphone.
Good morning, everyone. Let's bow our hearts as we pray. Lord, we just want to thank you for this is the day that you have made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Lord, we can say that you have answered our prayer yesterday. It has been such a great learning experience. We ask for your wisdom, for your direction, for your guidance. And even as we engage today, it will not just be about us coming together just to talk about the issues, but we will go back to our various entities empowered with greater understanding about, the whole landscape of the digital encounter. Sometimes we feel as if we are really trepidatious about the things that are going on, but we know that you are in control. And that whatever comes up, Lord, in the same way that we no longer have to go back to three stone and a fire, Lord, when things are new, sometimes it's very scary, but we thank you, you are sovereign. And even as we go through understanding more about the dimensions of digital information and how it works, will help us to better, oh God, be able to deal with the things that are confronting us. So as we engage today, may today be a light bulb moment for us as we understand exactly what we have to do, how we have to do it in order to be able to get through this season. Bless us all together. Bless UNESCO and all stakeholders who come together to empower us in this way. And again, I ask, Lord, grant us your approval and may all our efforts succeed. Yes, Lord. May all our efforts succeed. In Jesus' name, amen.
Yes, may all our efforts succeed. Thank you, Mrs. Roberts. Please be seated. I am delighted to welcome our distinguished guests, presenters, moderators, media practitioners, representatives of government and civil society, UNESCO representatives, our colleagues joining us virtually, and all other stakeholders participating in today's workshop. Today's program provides an opportunity for us to examine a number of important issues at the intersection of media and information literacy, the media, law, health, inclusion, the economy, and culture. We look forward to a day of meaningful presentations, discussion, and exchange as we consider how media and information literacy can contribute to a more informed, inclusive, and resilient society. Ladies and gentlemen, to formally begin today's proceedings, we will hear welcome remarks from two individuals who are integral in today's engagement. First, we will hear from Ms. Keisha Agelino, Secretary General of the Grenada National Commission for UNESCO. Ms. Agelino?
Thank you, Ms. McIntyre, and good morning to everyone present in the room and online. Welcome to the second day of a very interesting and engaging workshop. Yesterday, we had some very vibrant discussions on several topics. We had the youth here, we had our private and public sector media in the room, and we had UNESCO also presenting on some of their toolkits and resources for the media. So we had a great first day, and we are looking forward to a second interesting day today. I was speaking to my colleagues online yesterday evening, and they were all so interested in this. They were so happy to be online and to be present to hear, to discuss media and what is happening in the media. And for them, it was very eye-opening. So we look forward to an engaging day. Thank you all for being here and welcome. Thanks.
Hey, that was nice and brief. Thank you. I would now invite the Director of Information, the Government Information Service, Mr. Jason Phillip, to deliver remarks.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone, and thank you, Madam MC. On behalf of the Government Information Service and by extension, the Government of Grenada, I want to take this opportunity to say first and foremost to those of you who would have been with us yesterday, welcome back. And to those who would be joining us for the first time today, a hearty welcome. And yesterday you missed a very exceptional experience. Quite a lot was shared and quite a lot was learned. And of course, we will have those presentations and so available for everyone. But as we move forward today, I think a lot of the areas of discussion today would certainly highlight a lot of the needs, a lot of the challenges, a lot of the innovations that we are going to learn of what is happening within our media space. And I want to encourage everyone, both here physically and those of us online, to really participate and really engage. Yesterday we had engagements, but I know everyone has a lot of burning questions, and so don't go away with those questions. Ask the questions, engage with the panels, and really let's come out of this learning more so that we can implement a stronger professional approach to the jobs that we do on a day-to-day basis. So once again, I take this opportunity to welcome everyone, and we look forward to this day and look forward to all the great things we're going to learn. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Phillip. We now move into our first substantive session for the day, which focuses on an area of significant importance to everyone working in the media: intellectual property and legal protections. In an increasingly digital media environment, content can be created, shared, reproduced, and distributed across borders within seconds. For media practitioners, this presents tremendous opportunities, but it also raises important questions about copyright, ownership, protection of creative works, and the legal rights of content creators and media organizations. Our next session will therefore examine intellectual property and legal protections for media stakeholders. Moderating this important discussion is Mrs. Rosanna John Mitchell. She is an attorney at law admitted to practice in Grenada and Anguilla with 12 years of legal experience across a varied practice that includes intellectual property protection. A Chevening scholar, she holds a master's degree in environmental law and policy from University College London. Beyond advising clients on the protection of their intellectual property, Rosanna is also an IP creator in her own right. Yes, she is. She is a content creator and the author of a children's book. She is also the co-founder of Spice Foodie Tours. Who knows Spice Foodie Tours here? That's right, yes. That's the one, which promotes Grenadian culture and supports small businesses and runs Fit Foods, a meal prep company focused on making healthy eating more accessible. We're in for a treat today. I welcome Mrs. Mitchell, who will introduce her panelists. Thank you.
Everyone, I hope you are awake and ready to receive a lot of information. We'll be speaking about a topic that's extremely relevant to us as practitioners in the media space. So in terms of who the speakers of this session will be, well, I'll start with Mr. Branch because he is physically here with us. Mr. Robert Branch is the Registrar of the Corporate Affairs and Intellectual Property Office of Grenada since August 2022. Mr. Branch has statutory responsibility for copyright, patents, and trademarks, and advises the government of Grenada on intellectual property issues. Between 2010 and 2022, Mr. Branch was Senior Legal Counsel in the Attorney General's Chambers of Grenada, responsible for reporting on human rights and anti-corruption conventions, which Grenada is a party of. Mr. Branch represented the Ministry of Legal Affairs on the National Coordinating Committee for Human Rights in Grenada and was also Grenada's lead expert for MESICIC and focal point for the United Nations Convention Against Corruption Review Mechanism. So Mr. Branch will be one of our panelists. Then we have two persons joining us online. We have Isabella Pimentel, who is a counselor in the Latin America and Caribbean Division of the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, where she works on the intellectual property cooperation, capacity building, and policy engagement across the region. She has worked at WIPO since 2001 and previous experience at the WIPO Academy in coordination of a WIPO in funds and trusts before serving for 7 years at the WIPO Brazil office in Rio de Janeiro. Since 2025, she has been based at the WIPO headquarters in Geneva. Isabella holds a law degree from the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, as well as 2 separate master's degrees from the University of Alcalá in international trade and project management. She also holds a master's degree in intellectual property and innovation from the Brazilian National Institute of Industry, Property, and Academy of Innovation and IP. Her research on the use of trademarks and industrial designs by Brazilian video game developers was published and awarded. She works in Portuguese, English, French, and Spanish. And our third panelist is Javier Spencer. Javier Spencer is an associate program officer in the section for Caribbean countries within the Division for Latin America and the Caribbean at the World Intellectual Property Organization, WIPO, where he works on implementing development cooperation initiatives that leverage intellectual property as a tool for regional innovation and economic growth. He has extensive experience in project management, regional integration, multilateral diplomacy, public-private partnerships, and business development across the Caribbean. Javier holds a master's degree in international trade policy and trade law, and a master's in international business. Driven by a strong commitment to Caribbean development, he collaborates closely with regional partners to execute impact-driven IP initiatives across the region. So our 3 panelists, as you have heard, are very experienced persons. We are getting both a local, regional, and international perspective. So in terms of how this session will run, this session is approximately an hour long, and I propose that we start as follows. Each of the panelists will have 10 minutes to give an introduction of their area. Then I will ask each of them a few short questions, and then the most important part, open it up to you, the audience, to ask your questions. This is an opportunity to get free legal advice. You have some very strong and sound legal minds that can answer the questions of the kind of issues you deal with on a day-to-day basis. So we will start with Isabella. She is logged in. So in terms of my question to her, Isabella, perhaps you can start us with the wider picture. As Grenada and other Caribbean states become increasingly digital, what role does WIPO play in building IP awareness and capacity? And ultimately, why should that matter to the media practitioners in this room?
Thank you very much, Rosanna. I'd like to start with a story, which is not Caribbean-based, but it's quite close to my heart. During the pandemics, there was a communicator, a sports commentator in Brazil. His name was Casemiro Miguel. Not sure if you've heard this name. He was trying to make ends meet during the pandemics, as all of us. And so he started making out of his own accord some video streamings where he was playing video games or commenting sports matches. And he was a very communicative and charismatic person, like most of the content creators. So he started attracting followers, and people would set their alarm clocks to watch him. And eventually he became a big success in Brazil. And to the extent that in 2022, he partnered with Live Mode to create a YouTube channel, the Kazé TV, that was initially aimed at broadcasting the 2022 FIFA World Cup. It became an enormous hit. In Brazil, at least, I'm not sure about internationally. The channel exploded. It became one of Brazil's biggest sports and media brands. And in the last World Cup, now in 2026, it generated 3.7 billion views on YouTube alone. In addition to being having the exclusiveness on streaming of football matches of the FIFA World Cup. So it was really monetized, and it became a very huge hit. Now, in 2023, Kazé TV applied in Brazil for the registration of their trademarks. I'm not sure if you know, but when you register a trademark, when you file for the registration of a trademark, it doesn't grant you the authorization or the right to commercialize in any businesses. There are classes, and then you say that you would like to file for that trademark for media and communication, for food industry, for the selling of cheese, clothing. So in this case, he filed for certain classes, and the Brazilian IP office eventually they decided that for the class 41, which was the huge chunk of his business, he was not allowed to have this name registered because there were already other brands that had been registered in that class that either had something to do a derivation of Case TV, or it was Case with a S instead of with a Z as he had. So he's struggling for that. To make a moral of the story, to summarize everything, he has a multi-million brand name, but he cannot commercialize it right now. I mean, it's still they're still discussing and negotiating. It might take some time. So if anybody asks, what does intellectual property have to do with business content, with content creation, I think this is already just the tip of the iceberg of a reason why everybody should be aware of that, of what is intellectual property and why it is important for our business, even and mostly in content creation and any kind of intellectual assets that we would have nowadays. So what does this have to do with WIPO? The World Intellectual Property Organization was created in the 70s as an international forum for its member states, which nowadays they are 194, to discuss how intellectual property would be protected abroad between them. How would they negotiate multilateral agreements? We are one international agency of the United Nations. And as such, we have some goals that are related to development and sustainable development, but we also have our own core business, which is the administration of treaties for the international protection of intellectual property. And we also have some services that we provide to ensure the tools. Of course, we cannot just ensure that your intellectual property will be protected, but we facilitate the tools for to make it easier for you and more accessible. So we ensure that in some way we protect ideas, creativity, and innovation around these 194 member states in a way, and that we can improve lives everywhere. Nowadays, our Director General that was recently re-elected, he took office in the 2020s, also during the pandemics. He has a vision of taking intellectual property to everyone, everywhere. So this is a lot in line with the UN Millennium Development Goals also. And we have many other products and services in addition to what is our core business, which is the international administration of treaties, that in a way can ensure that there is some kind of means of protection for intellectual property in the member states, or that we can foster, encourage other audiences that not necessarily are involved with intellectual property matters to understand their importance and why they should take that into consideration. So we work with countries to strengthen their IP ecosystems through policy and legislative advice, capacity building, institutional and digital development, access to knowledge and data, and practical support to innovators, creators, entrepreneurs, and businesses. In the Caribbean, this means working with member states according to their national priorities and needs, from strengthening IP institutions and legal frameworks to building skills, supporting creative industries and innovation, and helping stakeholders navigate new challenges such as digitalization and artificial intelligence. For instance, WIPO supports Caribbean IP offices in modernizing their services and systems through tools such as the Intellectual Property Administration System, the IPAS, which is a software that enables the intellectual property offices to better manage the registration of IP. Industrial property mostly. Now we are starting to work with copyright as well. This is a means of ensuring that the intellectual property offices worldwide, and now the Caribbean countries especially, they have been given a lot of focus on that. They can speed up their registration processes, and that they can communicate in a harmonized language with all the other IP offices so that they know what they are registering. This is one of the means, but then we have others also, such as training and the development of projects and legislative assistance, international treaties that may facilitate the registration. So, of course, I'm not going to bore you, and 10 minutes is not enough for all of that. So I'm giving the floor now to my colleague Javier, and so that he can explain a little bit more and more details in the micro what WIPO is doing in the Caribbean specifically. Thank you very much, Javier. Up to you.
Thank you, Isabella. Javier, are you connected?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah, thank you. And just to build, thank you so much, Isabella, and thank you to the organizers for having us here today. I just want to just build on what Isabella has just presented, and just an overview of what exactly WIPO is doing in the Caribbean. We work closely with the IP offices as well too, as well as other stakeholders as well, to ensure that persons utilize intellectual property as a really practical tool, and also one for economic empowerment. Just a few examples as well. We do work with, for example, with the authorities in Antigua and Barbuda on the on promoting IP awareness through the Mango Project. And just recently, we concluded the collective mark and the collective mark of the Antigua and Barbuda Honey Project as well too. And more closer to home in Grenada, we are currently working with with Robert to actually protect Grenada spices, nutmeg, and cocoa. So those are just some examples, just building on what Isabella presented on some projects that we're working on in the Caribbean as well too. Over.
Okay. Thank you, Javier. In terms of the direction we would like your presentation to take, can you speak to us a little more about AI in particular? AI is already becoming a major part of the media workflow. Could you speak to the opportunities and challenges this presents for Caribbean states, how WIPO is responding, and particularly what media stakeholders should be paying attention to, please?
Sure. So as creative industries across the Caribbean and globally rapidly evolve, emerging technologies, most notably, as you mentioned, AI, reshaping the fundamentals of how content is conceived, generated, distributed, and commercialized. So for our region, this shift represents a dual reality. So on the one hand, it raises critical questions around copyright protection, fair compensation, and cultural ownership. And then on the other hand, it unlocks powerful and new opportunities for digital reach, innovation, and streamlined production. So to ensure that nations are not really left behind in this situation, there are a few things that WIPO focuses on. And our main priority is really to bridge the gap between high-level international policy and concrete on-the-ground technical implementation. So first and foremost, WIPO, what we do is facilitate sustained inclusive global dialogue around the global, through the Global Forum on IP and AI. So what really began as early exploratory sessions as artificial intelligence transitioned from a niche technical topic into really a mainstream economic reality, this forum then became a premier annual gathering of practitioners, academics, and policymakers, and so on. So as I mentioned, the forum brings together governments, enterprises, researchers, civil society, just to have a forward-looking debate on the trajectory of AI. Crucially, the forum is also designed to produce practical, balanced framework that really account for diverse legal traditions, cultural settings, and varying levels of economic development. So what we do, we try to ensure that small and developing states and also emerging economies have an active voice in shaping international norms. So beyond that, what we do, we take that dialogue and turn that theory into technical architecture. And so we launched the AI infrastructure interchange in March 2026 of this year. The interchange really focuses on the operational mechanics required to manage IP in an AI-driven environment. So it addresses fundamental questions that directly affect creators and rights holders. And some of these questions are, one, how training data is accessed, managed, governed under really transparent standards. The second one, how creators and original content, creative content can be accurately identified, tracked, and also attributed within the generative systems. Also, how modern technical measures such as digital fingerprinting, watermarking can be standardized and deployed effectively, and how collective management and digital rights management systems can really modernize to license and track content at a digital scale. And how can AI itself be developed and utilized by member states in an efficient way? So to ensure that these technical solutions remain cutting edge and they meet the moment, the interchange is really supported by a technical exchange network where it comprises of 90 international experts drawn from industry, academia, and regulatory bodies across multiple jurisdictions. And so from all of that, WIPO anchors all of its work in an actionable policy toolkit. So we do have a policy toolkit and capacity building resources tailored for member states and also creatives as well too. These toolkits really provide national authorities with baseline legal concepts, models, administrative tools needed to modernize intellectual property frameworks and also draft forward-looking national strategies. So that's just a brief overview of exactly what WIPO is doing in the AI space. And also just to mention as well, just a few risks, particularly in the Caribbean, would be the cultural content, such as the Caribbean music, oral traditions, and Creole language, which are culturally distinctive material that AI companies increasingly draw on. And so many of these cultural expressions have never been formally documented or to that extent or registered. Another thing is cloning. That's another risk in the Caribbean as well too. It is really easy to clone an artist's voice or recreate a journalist's likeness using AI. And another risk as well is the small IP offices that we have in the Caribbean and the increasing workload. Very often the IP offices in the Caribbean region working with limited staff and constrained budgets. And so AI is actually adding a lot more pressure to the offices in terms of the volume and filings all at the same time. And so even though these are risks, they're also opportunities as well too. So AI presents language technology like machine translation speech for Creole is a general regional upside, and also smarter IP offices. So even though the IP offices are small, they can leverage AI to really produce and increase their output as well too. And furthermore, AI gives us the ability to document, and we can leverage that documentation to advance our work.
All right, thank you very much for that context, Javier. And now we want to take it home right here to Grenada. But before we get into this, I realize we've been using some terminology, trademark, copyright. I just want to ensure that everyone is familiar with those terms and what they mean before we proceed with the discussions. Does Mr. Branch have to give a little background on this, or are you familiar with these types of IP protection? Okay. So, Mr. Branch, before I ask you my main question, can you just set the context about the different types of IP protection available?
So thank you so much, and thank you for this opportunity to engage with you, media, these important issues. So with respect to Grenada, we're a member state of the World Intellectual Property Organization. So 194 members, we're one of the members of WIPO. And WIPO is a consistent and reliable partner in the delivery of our service. And we thank them for that. In Grenada, we deliver services with respect to IP trademarks. We have a Trademark Act. And trademark is a sign, could be a word, symbol, combination that distinguishes the business or the products and services of one business from another. So Coca-Cola, as opposed to Pepsi. If you see Pepsi, you know that it's a different drink from Coca-Cola. In Grenada, we have registered, for example, bottled water. We have Mont Pure, Glenelg. You can distinguish them. Copyright has to do with creations in the creative sector. So we're thinking of books, poems, sermons, music, etc. And intellectual property is there are two branches of intellectual property. We have copyright on the one hand, and then we have industrial property. So industrial property would include trademarks, it would include patents, it would include geographical indications. A patent is an invention that creates something new. So for example, probably an example you could remember is during the COVID. When COVID struck, there was no cure for COVID. And so Pfizer had to come up with a new cure. Pfizer and what's the other one again? AstraZeneca. So we had new patents developed for curing these diseases. Geographical indications deal with a mark that says that a product has special characteristics, and these characteristics are due to the location in which these products are created. So probably the most famous example, those of you who drink champagne would know that champagne is a sparkling wine from the Champagne region in France. And sparkling wine produced in that region gets the name sparkling wine. We also have Cuban cigars as another example. It was mentioned by Javier that Grenada is now in the process of seeking to get a geographical indication for our nutmeg and our cocoa, based on the world-renowned qualities of our nutmeg and cocoa. So that's geographical indications. I hope that gives you an example of the different types of intellectual property. Now, before I finish, I'd have to say that at CAIPO, we protect industrial property. So you can register a trademark, you can register a patent. Copyright is a bit different. So once the copyright is created, the work exists automatically. There is no registration process for copyright.
All right, thanks, Mr. Branch. So why should intellectual property awareness matter to the people in this room, to the journalists, the broadcasters, and the different type of media practitioners we have here? Why is it important for them to have a firm understanding of it?
So let me start by saying that I think there are two basic reasons. Sorry, I think there are two basic reasons why you should be interested. Because you, as members of, we call it the fourth estate, you have an important role in conveying information to the public. And yesterday we were speaking about authenticity and that journalists are respected, that you will authenticate your information before you bring it to the public. So there's a certain trust and respect that the Grenadian community, that the Caribbean community have for journalists. And the topic of intellectual property is very important. We've only begun to scratch the surface of intellectual property in Grenada. So intellectual property, by broad definition, deals with creations of the human mind. So anything that you can create. Calypsonian, we just finished the Calypso, so they create songs that can be protected. Someone has a tour that can be protected. It creates a brand. And so your role is critical in understanding what it is so that you can help us to communicate this to the general public. Because intellectual property is a tool for social and economic development. It is important that you understand it so that you could help us to let the public aware of the services that we offer, the new treaties that we've signed on to. For example, we've already been assisting CAIPO with dissemination of information regarding the new treaty regarding trademarks, and that's important for a local business community. That's a Grenadian who registers a trademark or has a trademark can now use the facility of the Madrid Protocol to register this trademark in over 130 countries in the world. And this is a service that was not available before. And it's a service that is economical for a Grenadian, rather than having to pay translation fees and lawyers in other countries. They can now do this application through the Madrid Protocol, through the office in CAIPO, to have it registered internationally. So that's critical, that you understand these issues, that you have to disseminate this information. But apart from that, and probably more importantly for you, is that it affects you directly as content creators. And you should have the awareness to know that there's WIPO at the international level, there's CAIPO at the local level. And we can give general guidance on copyright, how we can protect the work that you have, so that you know that once you create a work, you're the author of the work, there's IP in it, can be protected. But if you work for an organization and you create content during your service with the organization, that the employer owns the copyright. So these distinctions are very important. I have a challenge for you. So that one of the new services we hope to offer soon is the industrial designs, which I didn't mention earlier. The industrial designs deals with the aesthetic value of a product, how a product looks. So why does a Nissan car look different from a Mitsubishi, for example? And I always go back to Coca-Cola because it's one of the first examples of IP I learned once in my early years. But it's very vivid, I think, because it's a product that all the IP rights, so quite a few of the IP rights are in it. So you look at the Coca-Cola bottle, you see the shape of the Coca-Cola bottle. That is industrial designs, and that's protected. So next year, interestingly, the theme for World IP Day is IP and fashion. So every year there's a different theme. This year was IP and sports, and we did a lot of work with the Ministry of Sports. The year before that was IP and music, and you covered that Vaughan was made a IP Youth Ambassador for Music. So next year is going to be IP and fashion. So perhaps there can be some collaboration with the media in Grenada to bring these issues forward so that we could let the people in the fashion industry know about this issue, and that the fact that Grenada is looking eventually to accede to Hague for the protection of designs internationally. So this is something that we can possibly engage on to do some work on.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Branch. So now I'll just give you a practical scenario, and I'm sure the media practitioners in this room have perhaps faced that. There's a break-in story, and you have to find the visuals to support that story. So, you go onto your Facebook, your Instagram, your TikTok, and you pull someone else's video or picture and you post it in your own broadcast. What are the best practices here? Is it enough to just give credit that this video belonged to Mary Brown, or does permission have to be sought? What sort of best practices should media practitioners engage with when using other person's copyrighted material?
Well, I think you mentioned it in passing that a key part of it is attribution. If it's not yours, that you attribute the original creator of it. Also, it has to do with the length as well. So once you're going to be quoting something, and it's a brief quote, etc., for journal information, that can generally be okay. So once it's properly attributed and it's not very extensive, those are some of the factors that you could take into consideration. Okay. Isabel and Sue may have something that they wish to add to this answer.
Okay. Do Isabella and Javier have any contributions on this particular question?
Thank you. Yes. Well, the legislations, they vary according to the country where you are. So it's kind of hard for us to say, oh, this is okay, this is not. But normally you would have some websites that are royalty-free images, so you can download them and use them. For a matter of legality or of courtesy, it's always good to let the author, whenever you know who the author is, let him know that you are using his content, that you are reproducing it. If you're using something from the social media itself, the social media, when you reproduce it, and not just saving it and publishing it, when you, what do you call it, share it, then the social media, the platform is going to notify the author that it has been used. I think it tells that it has been replicated by you. It has been shared by you yourself, by that specific user. So really, there is not a one size fits all. It has to be assessed. I'm being very careful here not to sound like I'm giving you a legal advice, like every case has to be one case. But normally images, they are treated under the copyright. So copyright itself, it has some nuances, and especially if you're doing it for informative purposes, you're not using it to sell anything. It has a broader play field for you to use it, but always take a look at the licensing content. And also you have what do you call it? The Creative Commons also. So there is another way of protecting, which is called the Creative Commons. And sometimes you are going to see, you must have seen already that little symbol, CC0, CC BY, CC1. Each one of them, that you have it under the image, it's going to, this means that that image is not protected specifically under the copyright legislation, but under the Creative Commons legislation. So it will say it is CC, you can use it, you can commercialize it, you can do whatever you want. I think this is the CC0. Then you have the CC BY, which means you can use it, but please attribute the name of the author. So it's always good to have some legal advice whenever you are starting on this business, until you get a hold of what images you are looking for, where you were looking for them, and how you can handle with them.
Okay, thank you, Isabella. From the WIPO perspective, and shifting gears a little bit now, are there any best practices with respect to content created through artificial intelligence in terms of what media practitioners, how they should treat with it? I believe there was a session on the ethics of it yesterday, but in terms of the best practices, how to deal with and treat with AI generated content, best practices in that regard.
This is a very recent topic here for us, Rosanna. So we don't have yet an international treaty dealing with artificial intelligence. There is a lot of debate internally also, especially the member states. They are very careful about and they're very watchful. So many aspects of AI that is emerging, that are emerging. Not only the responsibility, for instance, if you put an AI generated image online and other people use it for a specific purpose that is not according to the law or according to ethics, then you also have the part of this artificial image, AI generated image is not created out of the blue. So it was used from previous data that had been fed to that AI for it to generate that specific content. So are the authors being remunerated? So there are so many other copyright is discussed, the Standing Committee on Copyright. So as CCR, they have been discussing that a lot, how we are going to bring it forth. As Javier had mentioned also, we have the, I forgot the name, Javier, the forum on frontier technologies also. There is once a year, Javier can correct me here, once a year they get together to discuss specific aspects of AI. So this is very new. So we ourselves, we don't have a general practice of our own how to deal with AI generated images. And I think this is something that has been everywhere. The thing about AI generated images is mostly that it's not created out of the blue, right? They got the ocean from somewhere, they got the beach and the sand from some other place, from some other image that has an author. So we have to be sensible about that. I don't know if Javier wants to complement.
no, nothing to add to that, Isabella. I tend to yield to you on these matters, but yes, we do have the Global Forum, and just
Forum.
this year, it's been launched this year. It's now something that will be annual. March 2026, we started the interchange, so it is still very new, but more. The trajectory is that every year we'll bring member states together to discuss the issues and come up with solutions to deal with AI.
Okay,
Autumn.
thank you, Javier. Javier, as I have you here, where do you see the biggest gap in the Caribbean media and IP ecosystem?
I'll take a stab at that. When it comes to media, I would tend to yield to Isabella. She's the expert. But in terms of protection and well, first I'll say in terms of understanding IP. Reading through there are different forms of intellectual property, as Robert mentioned, and so it really starts with individuals understanding IP and what it means and how to utilize IP as well too. So just to do a quick plug here, if anyone in the room interested in actually learning the different forms of IP, WIPO, we do have programs, online programs that maybe a musician, a craft person, software developer, or even a small business owner can use and understand. So what we try to do, we try to make IP less intimidating and more useful for businesses and creative entrepreneurs. So really it really starts with understanding. And once we have that common understanding, then individuals and persons will know which intellectual property protection is best and how to utilize it, and also understanding the infringement and the if it's being infringed, then the mediation and the remedy, the course of remedy, the course of action you can take to actually deal with infringement. I don't know if Isabella has anything to add, but that would be the first pillar I would touch on, the awareness.
Yes, WIPO has been more and more trying to reach out for communities and niches and political minorities that might not have as much access to intellectual property as the private sector, and more levels of layers of the society that have more access to knowledge in general. So we have been working with indigenous communities, with women entrepreneurs, and we have so many associations of producers that might have everybody has an interest in protecting. Everybody has some kind of intellectual property hidden in a drawer that they might be able to explore. So it's a matter of working with them and finding, listen, you have this business and you are producing this nutmeg, for instance, and we can find you a tool of protection. So we're trying to make it needs-based and based on whatever it's relevant for them. Of course, we're not going to be talking about patent and technology to I don't know, everybody needs to know about patent and technology, but we're not going to be focusing mostly on that, to an association of producers of nutmeg that might be more interested in a geographical indication, or to a creator that might be more interested in copyright. So we are trying to do it based on what is relevant for them.
Okay, thank you. And a question to both of you. What is the single biggest IP mistake you've seen media practitioners making? So what's one area that you think is very, very important? So there's nothing Grenada, just in general, that you believe media practitioners need to be very, very wary of.
I will start by saying, oh, sorry, Isabella.
Go ahead.
No, I will start by saying resharing content and without appropriate attribution to the original creator. That's one thing for me.
One thing that is the opposite of music to my ears, it really gives me the creeps, is when a digital content creator uses, especially in Portuguese, the term patent my copyright. I'm going to patent my trademark. I know American English, they use this as a verb, but a patent is a patent. You patent a patent, you file a patent. So yeah, we see that a lot. And especially during COVID, we had so many discussions about compulsory licenses. Of course, this is very technical, but people would use the expression, at least in Portuguese, to break a patent. You do not break a patent. You could use a compulsory license. It's a completely different animal. I know that it's media producers, they try to simplify to make it in a way that is accessible. The language is accessible to everybody, but technically these two terms are very, very wrong. So really, I think for everybody who is IP knowledgeable, whenever we hear these expressions, we go like, ugh.
All right, thank you very much. Mr. Branch, do you have anything to add to that question in terms of observations?
I'd agree with Isabella to some degree that, people come into the office and they're, speaking about an invention, they're probably working on talking about copyrighting that or something like that. So I think understanding the differences is that's critical. So we probably need to have it presents an opportunity for us to have some engagement with the media in terms of, for example, what CAIPO does, what are the different branches of IP that we protect, what's registrable and what's not. So, for example, if people speak about registering a copyright, you don't really register a copyright, except it's a voluntary registration system, which is totally different. We don't have it here. So I think it presents an opportunity to have further engagement. That's what I see, that this issue presents a chance for us to CAIPO, WIPO, to engage with you and have some further discussion on these issues.
Thank you. And now we turn to you, the audience. This is your opportunity to ask all your burning and pressing questions, to get it off your chest, to get that free legal advice. What are areas that you deal with every day that you're not too sure of and that you could use some guidance on? You have 3 professionals that can guide you on what the best practices are. So any questions from you?
Before you go, I just wanted to, you didn't ask directly, but I think Javier spoke about some of the tools that are available for offices, IP offices around the world. I just want to mention and to thank WIPO for some of the tools that we use in Grenada. So we started to use the IPAS, which is the Industrial Property Administration System, for the registration of trademarks and patents. So we have all our trademark information or trademark data is digitized. Whatever comes into the office now, we put it in digital form, and eventually it will enable business owners to file electronically with us. So that's currently being used. We also have all our the data in CAIPO is now part of WIPO's global database. So you can go into WIPO's website, and we're one of the offices that all our data is there. So that's useful in case you want to do research to see what trademarks exist. If you have a trademark that you're interested in registering and you want to see if it's already taken, you can do that as well. So I just wanted to mention those couple tools that we have, that we're working on at CAIPO now, that you should be aware of.
Thanks for sharing that.
If I may add also, Rosanna, sorry, I'd like to encourage everybody to go into the WIPO website, especially where it goes to WIPO Academy. If you Google it, you will find it, because we have some free distance learning programs, free of charge, which are starting from the basic of intellectual property. It's literally DL 101 that they call it, up to advanced courses on intellectual property, all of them free of charge. All of them with a self-learning pace also, and subject to the issuing of certificates, some of them, not all of them. And especially there is one that was developed having the Caribbean as small island developing states in mind, which is intellectual property in the blue economy. So if you're interested in extending your knowledge on intellectual property, I would suggest that you go there and have a look at the course catalog.
Thank you very much, Isabella. I've taken a note. I'll definitely look up that blue economy one. So no questions from the room. Everyone is crystal clear.
Check.
Okay.
Good morning. Troy Gill, MTV News. I have two questions actually. The first one being, are there any legal implications for when your content is shared or manipulated a certain way? Whether it's to maybe push a political narrative or for malicious, ill intent. So for instance, maybe a clip is taken from maybe a news piece. So it's taken entirely out of context, and so forth. Are there any legal implications for that? And secondly, can you explain in depth what a disclaimer is? How is it used, including the wording to ensure that it's fortified a certain way? And how effective is it in terms of providing some form of protection legally?
I think this question is best directed at Mr. Branch, because it's a Grenada-based issue.
Yeah.
Or if Isabella thinks she can address it.
Well, I don't know about the specifics of the national legislation. Maybe Robert would be more knowledgeable there. I can comment about the moral rights and copyright, which is what is the
Yeah,
first
that's
question?
what
I'm
I
not
was
sure if it's
thinking as well.
protected.
In terms of Grenada, the issue of moral rights. So, copyright owner, if someone else takes your work and twist it, use it in a malicious form, or that's not appropriate, that's not what you intended, it's malicious, an action can be brought, so you can get some redress on that issue. So I think it has, because copyright creation, if you create a work, it has what is called the economic right, and then there's the moral right. And the moral right is something that you always possess. It's not something that goes away. Even if you sell that work to someone else, the moral right remains with you.
Okay.
And in terms of disclaimer, I'm not sure if you're speaking about in trademark law, we speak about disclaimers where you register a trademark and you may use a word, but you can disclaim that word if you're not necessarily claiming that particular word as part of the trademark. I'm not sure if that's what you're speaking about.
No, well, I'm not sure if it's applicable in this sense, but I'm talking about a disclaimer, like when you post content and you're making it known that it's not to generate revenues and not it's just only for entertainment purposes. That's what I'm referring to. If how effective is that? Because sometimes people may think it's a shield against legal ramifications, but sometimes it may not always be based on the wording and how it is constructed and so forth. So I'm not sure if this is applicable in this sense, but
I think in terms of the disclaimer, it depends on how it's crafted. You have to be careful in the authenticity of your story, what is said, and if you post it, you own the moral rights, so you can't escape by simply claiming a disclaimer. That'd be my answer to that, but it depends on the circumstances and what's posted. I don't know if Isabella has a different answer.
Yeah, a disclaimer is not an exemption of responsibility. A disclaimer, normally you can use it to say that my views do not coincide with the views of my employer. I'm presenting this in my capacity. As an academic myself, if I'm going to present a publication or to present the results of a research of mine, I can say that I'm dissociated with WIPO's views in this sense. I'm here in my capacity of an academic, for instance. You can use the disclaimer also, this one that normally they say that the facts may, if they are associated with the person and names, they were created, it's just a coincidence. But of course, you can put disclaimers in this sense, but it's not going to be, I've seen already, I think I know what you mean. This image has been taken out of the internet. If the owner of the images, if you are the owner of the image, please contact me. I'm not sure to what extent this can be used in court, or a judge is going to, oh, yeah, so, okay, you shouldn't have paid. You didn't have to pay for the licensing for that because you didn't know. It's basic law, actually, because in law, they say that nobody can allege that they didn't know the law as a reason to infringe it. In terms of wording, there is not a specific wording recommended by law. No, I have never heard of that.
Okay, thank you, Isabella. And I think you had a question, because I had a question before you, Shannon. Apologies, yes. Unless you want to let Shannon go before you.
Right, similar to Mr. Gill, you'll let me know if this is kind of what you were asking, but in the local context, when it comes to cybercrimes, intellectual property, and so on, when these things are violated, is there any criminal process? Is there any penalties for someone who may continuously use someone's trademark pattern? Infringement on copyright, maybe even not consistently, but in Grenada, do we have things in place for penalties?
The simple answer is yes. If the Copyright Act is infringed in any way, you can bring an action for infringement. For example, of your moral right, if it's used in a manner which offends your moral rights in that piece of work, you can bring an action. And likewise with our Trademark Act, you can bring an action. Usually it starts with an opposition. So for example, if your mark is infringed, someone tries to register a mark that's similar to yours or confusingly similar, there's a requirement that so the office you make an application to the office. We have a requirement to post that application in the newspapers. If you look at the Gazette, you'd see trademarks advertised there. So that's notice to the world. So if anyone has a prior mark that they can allege, well, this looks like they will file what is called an opposition with our office. And then we can have a discussion, a hearing. And it depends on how it goes, it can be appealed. So yes, we have those provisions in our legislation.
Thank you, Mr. Phillip.
And if it goes further than that, we can just see Rosanna, right, for legal counsel.
Yes, good morning again. My question somewhat comes after what was just asked regarding the process for infringement. If, for example, I as a creator have put out something that say I walked out of my house filming myself doing something goofy happened and it went viral. I posted it and it went viral. And then subsequently, I noticed other persons take that post and they're using it and creating music and doing other stuff with it. What is the process for me as an individual? What process do I go through from reporting that I have a concern all the way through to seeing some form of action happen where I can be vindicated for use of my intellectual property?
Well, the general principle with infringement, so the IP office would not be, that's copyright necessarily. And so you would not approach the IP office to help in that regard. As you yourself mentioned, the first instance would be to report and a letter before action with someone like Rosanna, and it goes to court if it has to after. So that'll be the process. So the IP office wouldn't necessarily be involved in that process.
I just want to push further though. What about things like fair use and this being on a public platform and that kind of thing? Any thoughts from WIPO? Any learnings you want to share that once people post things online, how much can it be protected?
So there is a nuance here, maybe just to make clear. There is the public, the personal image, which is not according to most legislations, I think according to the American legislation, it is intellectual property. But of course, you have a right over your face, over your name, over, I don't know, falling on the street. This is not a creation. This is not per se. So it wouldn't be in many legislations. I'm not sure about Grenada. It would not be considered intellectual property, but it's the use of the image. But the first action normally would be to send this person that is infringing your rights to your image or to your creation a cease and desist. So basic, even AI generated can do, but of course it's always better to use a lawyer, have this first contact with the person, please remove, please contact me because I want to get paid for that, whatever is your intention there. And if it is not seen to, of course, as Rosanna said, you can denounce, is it the word denounce to the platform where it is being reproduced. So it's either, I don't know, YouTube or Instagram or LinkedIn or whatever. You can just write to or make this, denounce it, again, the pin it. And that's a second action. And then if it really is, the person is insisting on reproducing that, or it becomes, I don't know, a snowball, then of course you can go to legal action. But there are other resources that you can go to before getting to that point.
Thank you.
Hitching my wagon to Mr. Phillips' question, in the local context, for instance, with the most recent video, can Keith now come forward and go through that entire process? Because he did not ask to be, well, Keith and Kimberly, either or both, could say we were being filmed without our consent. Can they go through all of that? Because this video has been made into memes. It is already in music videos. It's already part of lyrics of videos and so on. So what can they do, or can they do anything?
It's very interesting.
Well, I'm not sure I'd want to comment on something that's live and ongoing necessarily. That will have implications. But I mean, they can, as Isabella mentioned, cease and desist, the usual processes, right into the platform and then move into the legal stage. But I don't want to get in depth in something that's live and ongoing.
Yeah. And the genie is out of the bottle. It's everywhere. So in terms of reporting it, like how much can you
It's
really?
so viral, so how you can't reach everyone who has it or has done something.
I have a
1 second, the gentleman in brown had a question for a while.
Good morning, everybody. I have a question, right? When it comes to cultural expressions and traditions, particularly in Grenada, such as the boat building and the big drum dancing and so forth, and karaoke to be exact. If these things become popular internationally, what legal mechanisms, I guess the question is, how do we protect that and ensuring that its origin is recognized and the community that preserves it benefits from the economic values that is outside there? I guess if my question makes sense.
Yeah, so I understand the question. So those are some issues that we've discussed, I won't say in depth, but fleetingly at our office in terms of protection. So we already have our Copyright Act provides protection for works of carnival. I think it's Section 28, if I'm not mistaken. So there's certain protections that already exist for our cultural expressions. Possibly geographical indications. It depends if it's a community. For the community, it will probably be GI if possible, but copyright as a possibility. But those issues we'll have to further interrogate. One person wouldn't be able to apply for it necessarily. For example, the boat building or even some less shocking or so. But works of carnival, like creation of a costume, for example, may be able to claim some form of protection for that.
Even if these are passed down from generation to generation.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's not as though the community ones. So, for example, the boat building that you mentioned is something that we have thought of. I'm not sure that we have an answer for that. It's one of the issues that we had intended to approach WIPO on. I remember we had an engagement in Carrico about 2 years or so ago. So if there's some special requests from Carrico, we can entertain that and have some interrogation on it to look at the issues, to see exactly what is going to be protected.
That made me think of a question, sorry. Can a country or a village file for a pattern or anything like that? Or does it have to be a corporation or an individual?
So you mentioned patents.
Or any of the other intellectual that fall
So
under
in
intellectual.
Grenada, for example, trademark has to be an individual or it could be a corporation, not a business. Corporate entity, limited liability company, or an individual. Geographical indications we're pursuing. Usually it's, although theoretically one person can, generally it's a community. So the discussions that we've had and the policy that we've developed for GIs in Grenada, it will be the GCNA would make the application for nutmeg, and cocoa can be the Cocoa Association or some other entity. But usually it's a group of persons on behalf of the community, and anyone who qualifies or meets the standard can claim the benefit as well. So it depends on the intellectual property. There's no straight answer.
So my question, good morning. Do you think Grenada's existing intellectual property framework adequately reflects the realities of digital journalism, social media, streaming platforms, and AI? Or are there areas of the law that need to be updated?
So definitely we have some protections exist in terms of our copyright legislation for content creators, etc. But intellectual property is a fast moving, very dynamic. The whole issue of digital communication, digital technology is developing so rapidly. So there's definitely room for creating new avenues of protection. Isabella mentioned in her presentation, and Javi also, that it's an issue that WIPO, with all its resources, is, well, I won't use the word struggling, but they're having these annual dialogues, which we also participate in, to see how best to address these issues because it's moving so rapidly. So with the help of all stakeholders, it's something that we intend to look at and to address. We've started in our office to move towards having a smart office because we lack the resources, human and financial. But in terms of our digitization efforts, is a recognition that we need to move in that direction to give greater access to the people of Grenada, including the media. So I hope that answers your question.
All right, one moment. I understand that we have a question online. Can that question be read or the person allowed to ask their question, please?
Okay, I will ask the question on behalf of Stuart, who is joining us from St. Martin. He asks, with the rise of pop-up news groups on social media, is it considered best practice to credit these groups when reporting on an incident and sharing content sourced from them, even if they are not registered news organizations?
Do Isabella or Javier want to take that one?
It's always a good practice to name your source. I'm not a journalist, but as an academic, I would never, take on something without saying, listen, I got this from this place, so that even for your responsibility yourself, right? You're not creating that out of the blue. This is where you got it from.
Thank you. All right, so we can take it back to the room. Hold on, I think Kamala had a question.
So my question reverts to two of the statements that were made earlier on. I just wanted to get some clarity, and I think it also goes to touches a bit on what Isabella spoke of. I wanted to get clarity. From my understanding, if you use an image, the content creator goes outside, there is something that is created. I understand that perhaps you can get morality rights if your work is used, personal rights, your face, your image, etc. But to my understanding, I thought that you can only claim, or you could only bring forward a case if you have registered something that was created. If it's not registered as yours, if you don't claim ownership legally outside of your moral rights or your personal face, etc., do you have a right to claim anything? I wanted to get some clarity on that, please.
So before I allow Isabella to answer the question as the expert, there's a difference between industrial property and copyright. So industrial property, trademarks, patents, GIS, etc., and industrial designs, there are registration processes for that. Copyright, there's no registration process for copyright. As soon as the work is created, the copyright exists. So you're a journalist, you're an independent reporter, independent journalist, you create a piece, create a story, or as the author of your book, you've written the book. Once the book is written, the copyright exists and there's no further, well, it's fixation, so it's fixated because it's now in the form, it's not an idea anymore, it's intangible form. The copyright exists, nothing else.
Any further questions before we wrap up this session?
Yeah, I have a question. Just a follow-up to your response. What if you use just a few lines from somebody? How can you give credit to that person when the entire publication is yours? Where do you place that, or you place the credit in order for you to present it publicly?
Brad?
But in terms of, let's say it's a story, generally as media practitioners, you'll cite the source, see where it is, where you got it from. If it's a book, there's always the part of the bibliography where you cite, you have citations, or you cite, so you have to find some way to cite or to give credit to the person who would have created it originally.
Editorially, you can give it in between brackets and then, you know, like put the name of the person there. Or if you want to say where it was from, you can do a footnote. It doesn't have to be something very, very elaborated.
Just want to, I answered the question regarding registration and copyright, but there is also what is called a voluntary registration system. That some countries like, I think Jamaica is probably the only country in the Caribbean that has that system. So for copyright, I can't say that I know very much about it in detail, but they have a system called a voluntary registration where it does not create a right. It's basically for practical purposes where you can come in with your songs, etc., and you can register it, but this is not a system that we have implemented in Grenada per se. It's something that in the future we can have a look at. But the basic principle is that there's no registration process for copyright in our jurisdiction.
Thank you, Mr. Phillip.
Yes, I just wanted to indicate from a practical position for how we operate. In the case of where you have live streaming, for example, and in today's day, not only are we, the media, producing content on our owned sites, but we're also producing content that is being streamed through other forms of social media and other forms of digital broadcasting mediums. Each of those media has, in some cases, different regulations and different rules that govern how they accept content and what they would or would not allow on their platforms. In the case of live streaming an event where the persons who are hosting that event may play a song or may display something that may have some form of copyright, what we have seen is that sometimes we get a copyright flag from whether it be the social media entity or that streaming entity. They may even pull down your stream to prevent you from further going through. However, as a media entity, if you're covering something, is there any way at all, whether a citation or so, because it's somewhat impossible at times to know what persons will put out. And even though you may advise, they may still put it out. But how do you, for a live event, prepare for copyright to prevent you having any, consequences, even though you're not directly the person publishing, playing whatever it is?
Isabella or Javier, any thoughts on that?
I don't understand. Do you know in advance that someone else's copyright is going to be used in the live? Or how do you prevent people
No.
from, I don't know, playing a song that is copyright protected?
Yes, so we are not aware of what they would do. And in most cases, even you advise to let them know that they have to be very mindful of the content that they will produce. You are there now in production mode. You're filming and you're live streaming this particular activity. And maybe the DJ or someone in there produces something that has a copyright, and of course it leads to its own form of consequences. The question here begs, how can we mitigate against maybe a libel on our end when it is not us the one actually creating that situation? Or how do you yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what you do is absolutely correct. Just preventing people that please do not say that this is copyright protected, because what happens is it's a robot, right? For what I understand in Instagram and YouTube. So if the robot identifies that some kind of copyright is being infringed, they are just going to, what do you call it, to interrupt the live transmission and broadcasting, right? So there's not much you can do once the robot identifies it. For what I understand, you can further on, you can write to the platform, to the server, and say this and this has been agreed on, where there's a consent from the author. But then you've lost the momentum anyway, right? Because your intention is to have the live event ongoing. So I would say basically preventing people against, and maybe asking them for a list of whatever they are going to be showing, if it is but you can never prevent the commentators, the people who are participating in the live, right? Maybe there's something that is not foreseen. Really, I'd like to know that too. I'm curious about that.
All right. Thank you, Isabella. So thank you, Isabella. Thank you, Javier. Thank you, Mr. Branch. And thank you to the audience for your very thought-provoking questions. Some of it I have to go home and continue thinking about. I trust that you found this session informative and that it will improve how you go about your practice. So thank you very much.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
So thank you, Madam Moderator and panelists, for that very informative discussion. We have certainly been given much to consider regarding the protection of intellectual property and the legal safeguards available to media stakeholders. At this time, we will take our morning break. It is a 5-minute break. So just grab your stuff, grab your coffee. If you need to go to the bathroom, do that quickly and come back 5 minutes. Okay, we have a lot of ground to cover today. So see you shortly. Thank you.
That's when the money is first. The trademarks really cool.
Thank you so very much. No problem. We have to take it together.
Let's go on. Except for what I feel. Yes, some real creative affairs we could do. There's fashion show. I feel fashion.
Well, we invited everyone across the critical thing is that you promote concentrate that we lack knowledge on a lot of it. And when we have to advise people that you are engaged in that thing, we should know what we're telling them so that it can come better. A lot of the problems we have now, we're not even invited to the preparation. When we turn up, it's whatever they do, and it creates a problem. So there are a number of ways that we and on some of them. What our biggest concern is having some of our plans then we have to go to the unit. So I think for all that I need to know what we can do and how we can protect and how that is, therefore. Yes, certainly. I agree people these are what one thing to add on to what we do add is where we can target various sectorial aspects again informing the balances and growth. We're going to just speak I was just saying specifics and what the growth because that is important for planning. So that's what they say areas like this, which generally speaking, to be very honest with you, most person, yeah, it's most loyal stuff. So we really need to educate, and I'm on for that. So I think that for planning, having follow-up sessions that needs where real practical experience of what they go through on a day-to-day basis, and these are guided and these are the processes you should take. So we can be there. And this is the reason why these things exist. We really need to understand it has to be a point. But certainly I'm going to be pushing that by trading that you have online. That is going to I'm looking forward to starting that because it's a lot to learn through. So I want to say thank you so much. Some refreshments at the time, and I look forward to what we started not just anybody for also I will be speaking with business quality that you need to start putting more information on and dialogue where process can be I understand that even have sessions where process can send you WhatsApp messages again and take from the public. So that's something we said. Participation. That's all right. As usual, thank you, sir. It's a pleasure. Thank you so much.
What do you think about the new mandate?
Yes. Yesterday, we presented what it is that BIS primarily has been for that and stuff as 2 weeks ago. GIS has to be baptized and one of those action is all of them. And so that's soft. And then just so we have the system of the is even because it's like so the intention is to move things up so that we can the efficiencies of all the development around and all the so where everybody sees that.
Where the support like this, you're gonna have international support, regional support?
Yes, actually, for us, have not been restricted as well as support. So apart from like as we have school, so we can also look inwardly to the market. So what we call professionals versus related as well. Whenever we can find the expertise sponsors like I found to that. This is the service we need. We can put that in and yes. So we've started that process in fact we have the Canadian heritage. We have persons from I can make them states, but we got association church and it's been us 8 months. We've been kind of trying to help guys to get full understanding. So I think we're not one for them and helping our consultants 6 to 9 months. Asserting what exactly is our challenge. Highlighting and then taking recommendations and then after to the one trainings and how to shape this. So now that we have a top budget, which is critical, because of all of these steps, put in the mix of things when to speak of these things. There's a break. We have to put things in place. So it's the next year is going to be very interesting. And this particular event here is the beginning. So looking to be partnerships. Programs that will just speak up on something and educate. We need to have better management. We don't want persons out there when you talk about like you said, we used to understand I would interact with the other. And not interact with the other. Interact with them because it's it puts us understand is why every time that makes them simplistic in terms of so we want to know how help people understand why decisions on all the end to be small so that when you turn on it, not just a blank piece of paper and just paying money or receiving money. And so we need to start educating. So it's maybe.
So final question, is there like a government, a regional government that's like an idea like how they are doing it really well and you're
There is no one government in all sectors that we like. What we're doing is that for each sector we look at best practices, regionally and internationally. And so what we do is that's why we have so many consultancies that come in because we would not
We're kindly asking GIS Grenada to unmute. We have no audio online. Thank you.
Oh. So I have no specific question. Yes, great. Okay, let me just do a test. Are we hearing online now?
Yes, we are. Thank you.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Thank you. Okay, so as we proceed with the presentations, I would like Ms. Kim, you can go first, and then we will take our presenters in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Angela from UNESCO Regional Office for the Caribbean. Today, I will talk about the disability and gender equality in media. So disability and gender equality are very broad areas. So we could easily spend a full day on either one, but in the time we have today, I like to focus on the ground that share, which is inclusion. And more specifically, like what inclusion means for media in the Caribbean. Before we go any further, I'd like to hear what you think. So what do you think, how inclusive do you think Caribbean media are? Like, would you say red, not very inclusive, amber, somewhere in the middle, or green, generally inclusive? People who are joining online, you can leave your chats at the venue. You can share your responses through mic.
Any responses from the room? You have mics on your table. Thanks.
Amber.
Amber, okay. Any other responses? No green, no red.
Right.
Okay.
I'll say it's the middle.
Middle. Okay. Yellow. Okay, we're having the middle ground. All right. So before we go and talk about the Caribbean media, I like to talk about what is inclusive media first. So inclusive media means it's about the people inside and outside. The inside means about the people who make media, like journalists, editors, designers, any other contributors to the media. So here we're asking if the media workplace is inclusive. And the outside is about the people who are represented and informed or reached by media. So here we're asking who gets represented, how are they portrayed, or can everyone actually access the content? So when we talk about inclusive media, we need to think about these both sides, inside and outside. So for example, a newsroom may report on gender equality, while women working in that newsroom might experience harassment or exclusion. So yes, we need to think about inside and outside both sides. Then where can exclusion enter? We talked about what inclusive media can look like, but where exclusion can enter. The answer is potentially anywhere. It can start before a story is even produced, but what we decide is like worth covering or whose perspectives we seek out, but it can even happen until the people who consume those media. So it can happen each step, planning, sourcing, producing, reviewing, distributing, and consuming, and even it can happen afterwards. So these are some questions we can keep asking throughout the media cycle to make sure there is no inclusion. We can ask when we produce, how are people framed? What kind of language that we are using? When we distribute the media, we can ask ourselves who is reached or who is leaving out. So yes, so I want to say exclusion can enter in any cycle of the full cycle of the media. Now, I want to look briefly at what is really happening inside the media environment in the Caribbean. So because inclusion is not only about who see or hear in the media, So there are important gaps in the Caribbean. So let's see the insight for the people who are working in the media first. According to the regional report on women press workers in Latin America and the Caribbean, more than half of the women who surveyed reported that they have experienced gender-based violence at work, while 38% reported online attacks linked to both their gender and their journalistic work. So this is showing that working environment in Caribbean media might not be very inclusive. For persons with disabilities, we have much less media-specific data, but we have the data that from UNESCO report that only 10% of persons with disabilities in Caribbean are employed. So we can assume that from this figure that even in the media sector, there are very few people who are employed. Now let's look at the other side, the outside, how public and other media audiences actually experience their media. So from 2020 Global Media Monitoring Project, they found that women made up only 27% of people featured in Caribbean media. So we can see from this figure that women are still significantly underrepresented in the news we consume. And from the preliminary survey for UNESCO's Blocking is Not Enough report, this report has not been published yet, but it will be published soon. And from this report, we found out that 67% of women survived in the Caribbean reported that they have experienced at least one form of technology-facilitated gender-based violence. Technology-facilitated gender-based violence is the online gender-based violence that can happen. And on top of that, we also through these research that online violence can even affect whether people they feel able to speak online, or if they feel like they are willing to remain visible online. So it's about women having a voice, but at the same time, it's about women able to use that voice safely and with dignity. And when it comes to disability, more than 1 million persons with disabilities are living across the Caribbean, but we still lack consistent regional data on their representation in media. So these also show the data gap for these persons with disabilities. And for the next question, I like to ask, so what can we actually do about it? What can we do to enhance gender equality and disability inclusion? So I like to share some practical UNESCO resources that can support more inclusive media and might be utilized for media by media professionals. So first, for disability inclusion, the first resource we have is Practical Manual on Disability Equality in the Media. So this manual covers both sides of inclusion, inside and outside. This manual also has inclusive editorial content or accessible media, or even this one has like inclusive management practices that you can use. The second one, we have Training Manual for Meaningful Inclusion of Persons with Disabilities. This one is particularly relevant to the region Caribbean because it was developed specifically for the Caribbean, and it was developed for journalists and the media workers. So this one has practical guidance on disability inclusion, communication, and advocacy. Third, we have Wait Who's Missing, a Caribbean guide for disability inclusion. This one is also specifically for the region. This one uses easy-to-read language for wider accessibility, and this one also covers lived experiences. We have testimonies from persons with disabilities who are living in the Caribbean. This report has not been published yet, but it will be available online soon. So for these resources that are already available, Arita will share the links in the chat, or you can simply click on each source on the slide to access it directly. And we also have a lot of useful resources on gender equality. I brought a few that I think might be particularly used for media professionals. We have, first, we have gender sensitive indicators for media. This one helps media organizations assess both their internal practices and how women and men are represented and portrayed in their content. The second, reporting on violence against women and girls. This one provides practical guidance for journalists on reporting gender-based violence accurately and ethically. The third one, blockades is not enough. This one was developed by our office. And this one brings us specifically to the Caribbean digital context, looking at technology-facilitated gender-based violence, TFGVV, and AI, including challenges related to AI. So this one, again, is not available online soon, but I really encourage you to explore all these resources in your own time. I hope these resources can help in your work. Next slide. Since we're now working in an AI era, I also like to briefly introduce UNESCO's AI Readiness Assessment Methodology, which is called RAM. RAM helps countries assess how prepared they are to govern AI ethically, responsibly, and inclusively. And through RAM report, it helps the government to identify gaps and develop recommendations based on their identified gaps and national context. So here in the Caribbean, Jamaica has completed its RAM this year in April, and Trinidad and Tobago has also been undertaking this process. So if you're interested in broader picture of this ethical and inclusive AI governance, I really encourage you to explore the RAM reports, especially the Jamaican one of the Caribbean countries. And again, you can click on each resource, this RAM photo on the slide to access it directly, or the links will be shared in the chat. So the key message is that everyone has a role to enhance inclusivity in media. Government has a role, private sector, media company has a role, academia has a role, and civil society or NGO has a role. So for example, government can create the enable environments through policy and through better data. For a media organization like private sector, they can build inclusive workplaces and make their content more accessible and representative. For academia, they can help filling evidence gaps, like I mentioned on persons with disabilities data gap, or academia can help train future media professionals. And for civil society and NGO, they can bring lived experience into the conversation, and they can also ensure that people affected are meaningfully included. But as organizations have their roles, of course, each one of us also has a role and a responsibility. And what matters, especially matter for media, is that media has so much power. Because media can make people visible, at the same time, if you're not thinking about inclusion, it can also leave certain people invisible. Media can challenge stereotypes, but at the same time, if you're not aware of our own assumptions or our own biases, it can even help repeating and amplifying those stereotypes. Media can open up opportunities for people to access information and express themselves and participate is a very good side of media. But at the same time, if you don't think about accessibility and different needs of people, it can even create barriers and leave certain people out. So I really want to bring, I really want for everyone today to remember that inclusion matters on both sides of media, inside and outside. And if we keep asking ourselves who is included and who is missing and who might be excluded, it will help creating media that is truly for everyone. So that was it from my side. UNESCO will be very pleased to continue this conversation and work with you beyond today. So if you'd like to stay connected with our work or hear about our upcoming opportunities, please scan the QR code on the site. You can register yourself for our contact database, or you're very welcome to reach out to me directly via this email address. I hope this presentation has given you a few ideas to take back into your own media work. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kim. So remember, this is not a panel discussion. Our guests are presenting. So if we have any questions right now for Ms. Kim, now would be a good time to pose it. If not, we would move on to the next presenter. Maybe something would pop in your head a little bit later on. So do we have any questions? Not right now? Okay, so let's keep jogging you a bit. So I will go to my next I will go to my next presenter, Ms. Derica Samuel, and she is representing the Grenada National Council of the Disabled.
Good morning, everyone. I am Derica Samuel, and I am a board member of the Grenada National Council for the Disabled. And I will be presenting on disability and gender equality in the media. I will be touching on a few topics which includes media inclusion, climate change, needs of persons with disabilities, and of course, I will give some suggestions in the end. Imagine a world where everyone can see themselves, their experiences, their abilities portrayed in the media. How that can change the way we see the world and ourselves. Media is a powerful thing. It's really powerful. It shapes how we view the world, how we see ourselves, and how we understand different groups of people. When persons with disabilities are portrayed accurately and positively in the media, it helps challenge stereotypes, promote understanding, and show that disability is just a small part of who someone is. And this is why it's so important, or it's so significant to have disability inclusion in the media. I'm going to give a case study when disability becomes the story. Alex is a teacher who is visually impaired. Alex was invited to a television interview to speak about his work as a teacher. The host introduced Alex as a teacher, of course, but started to focus mainly on his disability. Most of the questions was like, how did you feel when you become disabled? Or how do you feel being a disabled person? What it is like, that is a famous one. What it is like living with a disability. How did you overcome your disabilities? What are some of the challenges you face because of your disability? Those questions is important. It's good questions. But Alex may start to wonder, why aren't they talking about my work as a teacher? Instead, the interviewer can maybe ask, what do you love most about teaching? What do you enjoy? What are some of your successes as a teacher? And how can we make the education system more inclusive? You see the difference? Follow. This shows how sometimes the media focus on the disability instead of the person. Instead, we focus on what the disability is, instead focusing on their work and what they can contribute to our society. It's not about avoiding those conversations about disability, no. We need to talk about it. But it is about showing who the person is and focusing on their contributions. The goal is not about avoiding the topic, but it's about how the story are told. Now, needs of persons with disabilities. I want to make something clear. Disability, accessibility, accommodations is not a one-size-fits-all. Different persons have different needs based on their age, their gender, their disability, and their experience. What can work for one wheelchair user cannot work for all wheelchair users. What can work for one blind person will not work for all blind person. And what can work for one deaf person will not work for every deaf person. This is why we need to listen to people, understand their individual needs. Right, so I categorize the needs in 3 areas: youth with disabilities, women with disabilities, and older persons with disabilities. So we're going to start with the youth. As a youth with disability myself, I believe every young person wants the opportunity, not handouts. Don't just give us financial assistance all the time. No, that will create dependency, and we don't want that. Give us a job, give us the opportunity to show you what we can do and create independence. Don't just tell us to go to school or assume that secondary school and that is it. No, give us the opportunity to continue our education. Let us apply for the scholarships and get those scholarships. And most importantly, don't speak for us. No, give us a seat on the table. Now, for women with disability, as women in general, we already face many challenges. We may have to work twice as hard compared to others. We all know who's the others, no offense to y'all. Twice as hard than others to succeed. But as women with disabilities, those challenges become greater. We may have to work 3 times as hard to be seen, heard, and taken seriously. Yes, to be taken seriously. So we need equity in employment, education, and opportunities. So for older persons with disabilities, older persons may need proper health care, safe and accessible housing, support to remain independent, because they need to remain independent. They still deserve that. And a strong sense of connection with their community. Let us be there for them. Let us support them. So at the end, it's neither our age, gender, or disability. We deserve dignity, equity, independence, and my favorite one, inclusion. So climate change and disaster preparedness. We are currently in the hurricane season. And let me ask, how prepared are persons with disabilities for the hurricane season or any disaster that? I spoke to different persons with disabilities to understand their concerns, and a lot of questions came in. Questions like, are persons with disabilities, their guides, or their caregivers properly trained for evacuation, or are they included in evacuation drills? Are shelters accessible? Do they have proper ramps, accessible bathrooms, or proper facilities for different persons with disabilities? For blind persons or visually impaired persons, do they have clear signs and guidelines so persons can navigate safely? For persons who are deaf or hard of hearing, is emergency information disseminated in sign language or captions, or something that they can clearly understand? Even for hurricane warnings and preparedness awareness videos or whatever we do, are blind or deaf persons included? Do we ensure that they can understand what is being disseminated? So when we talk about disaster preparedness, it is important to include persons with disabilities. Don't just have us as an afterthought. Include us in the planning and the decision making. It will be easier. So, the advocacy and capacity building undertaken by the Grenada National Council for the Disabled to ensure inclusion in the media. In every activity, the GNCD invites the media to, to broadcast whatever activity the GNCD is undertaking. This helps spread awareness and for persons with disabilities to be exposed to the wider public. We encourage persons to participate in community boards, committees, and regional consultations. So we're not just saying include us. We are encouraging our people to take part and be involved. We also encourage persons to take leadership roles. So we're not just asking for the opportunity, we want the opportunity. During the month of May, which is Disability Awareness Month, the GNCD undertake multiple sensitization workshops, campaigns, and to educate persons about persons with disabilities, what they can do to just, show us off, I could say. What else? We do this in schools, business places, and the wider public. Right. So now some practical recommendations for media professionals. So disability inclusion. Include persons in different roles, not just as someone who is disabled, no, as experts, as professionals, as leaders, community members. Don't just talk about our disability, talk about our skills, our achievements, our careers, what we can do, right? Do not only tell the story when it's about a disability, no. No, climate change and accessible information. Make information accessible for all by using captions for deaf persons. We already use audio, sign language, have an interpreter with you maybe. Simple and clear language for persons who are visually impaired like myself, and accessible websites and social media. Make it easy for them to access and navigate. And ensure that everyone receives the information on time and everyone understands the information. Where am I at? Right. Different needs has different solutions. Do not assume all solution is for everyone, no. Ask persons with disabilities what they need, listen to their experiences, include, as I mentioned before, include us in the planning process, the decision making. Let us be discussing with you on the table. So as I close, I just want to say, don't just speak about us, speak with us, whether it's the government, the private sector, civil society, every one of us. Listen to persons with disability. Give us the chance, give us the opportunity. Show up for us and we will show out for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Samuel. I would ask my next presenter, Ms. Alexis, to go ahead with her presentation, and then we will take questions after, because I think your presentation ties in really nicely. Yes, definitely. So we'll have Ms. Alexis, and then we will take questions. All right? Thank you.
Yes, because my presentation, as indicated by Abigail, actually brings all of those elements together nicely. So it kind of builds on and moves forward. Before I start, I'm wearing something around my neck. It's a lanyard. Make life easier. Can you see it now? All right. I'm not sure how our vision is, but you could see there's a yellow sunflower on the lanyard, and it is actually a hidden disability lanyard, because when we think disability, we only think about those that we can see. We don't think about the hidden disability, because there's a gamut of things in terms of disability, when categories of disability. So it's something we also have to think of when we're doing our practice. So good morning. It's a pleasure to join you for this presentation on disability and gender equality in the media. So here in Grenada, our professionals are more than reporters and broadcasters. You are, in fact, trusted messengers. You are, in fact, educators, and you are definitely partners in our national development. The words and images carried through the radio or the television, the newspaper, or digital platforms actually help to determine whose experiences are recognized, whose voices are heard, and who can access the information affecting our safety, affecting our dignity, and affecting our livelihoods. So basically, this presentation rests on a simple principle. Communication is truly effective only when everyone can receive it, understand it, and see themselves represented with dignity. And I draw on Derica's metaphor that she would have used. If we could only see the disability and not see the person, we are missing the mark in terms of communication. So when we think in communication, we have to include men and women, girls and boys, persons with disabilities, our youth, the older adults, our rural communities, and even, and most importantly, our residents in Carriacou and Petit Martinique. So one I want us to take forward in the presentation is, why does representation matter? What the government and the NGM, meaning the National Gender Machinery, what we are doing? And how can partnership improve digital and emergency communication? And I want us to also do one simple practical headline exercise on gender-sensitive reporting. So, using a quick show of hands, when communication fails, what usually breaks first? Is it reach? Is it understanding? Is it trust? Or is it action? So if you can choose one and tell the person, I won't go around, I would say on the table that you're with, which one you think breaks first in terms of communication? The thing to think about, right? Trust. So trust breaks first. Why you think trust breaks first?
You could use your mic so that the persons online can also hear your responses. Thanks.
I'm hearing you, Shada.
So we're just having a little debate. We have a few answers on the table here, but I would We have trust, but I would say understanding, because if you don't understand it, it can't reach you. I think it reaches well, yes, but if you don't understand it, can't reach you because it doesn't resonate at all. So it's like it gets there and then that's it, because it goes no further because you don't understand, you can't relate in any way. That's my answer. But those are the other answers on the table. We have trust, we have reach as well.
So you have two responses, trust and reach.
3, trust, reach, understanding.
All right, trust, reach, understanding. Any other deviant from trust, reach, and understanding? We have one more possibility. Anybody sees that? Okay. Let's always remember that a message would only succeed when people can receive it, when they can understand it, when they can trust it, and when they can act on the information. So they are all interconnected. One doesn't, it's not a standalone. So we must remember that when we start our communication interventions, we have to keep that in mind as we move forward. So media inclusion is not an optional courtesy. It actually does affect who participates and who accesses services and who can act when it matters the most. So in the image on that particular slide, what we're looking at is who is seen. The media doesn't just reflect society. It also would shape the attitudes, and that's critical to remember. The media would shape the attitudes and the expectations about who belongs, who is knowledgeable, and whose experience deserves attention. So who is heard? Who participates is also reflected within that mix. So representation, when persons with disabilities are portrayed only as objects of sympathy, charity, or inspiration, audiences may overlook their rights, their expertise, and their contributions to building our nations. So when women are described mainly through what they look like, what is the family relationship, or what emotions that come with that individual, while men are framed as experts and decision makers, reporting can actually reinforce those inequality barriers that are usually invisible, though it was not intentional in terms of intending to cause harm. It can reinforce because it's invisible and it's reinforced. So inclusive reporting would actually recognize persons with disabilities as rights holders. Yes, thank you. As citizens, yes. I know Dereka will agree with me. Nobody else agrees with me. As citizens, as workers, as leaders, and experts. In 2025, we met Kerry-Ann Eiffel, who is a former senator in Barbados, as well as the vice president of the Barbados Council for the Disabled. And we don't recognize the importance this placed in our context, because having a person who was a actual decision maker at that higher level, being able to participate in our high-level dialogue on disability inclusion was significant for us, because these are things that we need to aspire to. And when you have persons like Derica, who are up and coming junior senators and ambassadors in training, this is the kind of thrust that we need to be pushing for persons with disabilities. Recognize their abilities and support the process to get them in the decision-making doors or halls. So when you think accessibility, let's start thinking, how does that factor in terms of editing? How can we use captions? How can we use sign language interpretation where appropriate? How can we facilitate audio descriptions? Use plain language and go back to that, and make sure that we have screen reader compatible digital content. The issue is not only about representation, it's about access may determine whether someone learns about a service, whether it recognizes abuse, whether you can apply for employment, and whether you can prepare for hurricane or receive life-saving information. So as journalists, you need to ask yourselves, as media personnel, etc., does this story widen public understanding and participation, or does it unintentionally reinforce a stereotype or leave someone out? So I just want to switch focus now on to the gender machinery. This is led through the Ministry of Social Development and Gender Affairs through the Division of Gender and Family Affairs. The role is to coordinate gender equality programming and help keep gender visible across policy, planning, and service delivery. In terms of policy and coordination, the division led the formulation of the Gender Equality Policy and Action Plan framework, which promotes gender mainstreaming and stakeholder coordination. We also contribute to the monitoring and reporting under the CEDAW, which is the Convention on the Eradication or Elimination of Discrimination Against Women. It's a convention that we signed on to, and related commitments. Through the GPAP, we have also identified that media is a key institution of socialization and calls for sensitization, training, and public awareness that promote positive and non-discriminatory relations. And I didn't have it listed here, but the Division of Gender and Family Affairs was also instrumental in championing the Disability Policy and Action Plan, which was cabinet approved in July 2026. And this is after 4 years of pushing this forward, we were able to finally get the approval for the disability policy, which puts us in the right trajectory when we start speaking disability inclusion. When you look at evidence, the ministry participated in the, wait. I just spoke about the fact that we have actually got cabinet approved disability policy and action plan, and everybody quiet like this is not a big deal. That's a big deal. We're talking disability inclusion. Yes, we need to be mindful. We are making steps. We're not just sitting on our laurels. We are actually making steps to make this happen. And it took a while, but we will continue pushing. The evidence, our ministry would have, not the ministry, the Division of Gender and Family Affairs would have facilitated the Women's Health and Life Experience Survey in partnership with the Central Statistical Office. Now, the Women's Health and Life Survey looks at the prevalence of gender-based violence in a lifetime of a woman. All right. When you look at that, it would have strengthened the evidence base for prevention, for survivor support, and public communication on violence against women and girls. In terms of prevention and response, the machinery uses a public education space always to do our programming and interventions at the community level as well as the regional level. So we have other opportunities that we use, like the International Women's Day celebration, International Men's Day, 16 Days of Activism, and any opportunity to have law-related sensitization is always seized on and used as a platform to push the messaging and the communication forward. One of the things that we have recognized as an emerging risk, however, is technology-facilitated gender-based violence is a rising challenge that needs to be addressed in a very dedicated way. And this is, as you can realize, would be directly related to media literacy, online safety, and responsible digital reporting. So if we look at clarifying the institutional roles, what we'll have to look at is the roles of CASIP, the DG4R, and the CART-TP, which are whole of government initiatives led by the division, now it's called the Division of ICT, and other partner institutions. So the National Gender Machinery have contributed to those processes by providing gender analysis, advocacy, coordination where possible, and make sure that the stakeholder voice and accountability is integrated into the programs. So when we look at how actions play off, completed actions are the foundation. So that is the baseline we start off with. But then we move to accessible digital and emergency communication, which is the next frontier that we need to move to. The strongest public message is built through a two-way partnership. Government would bring the official information, services, and technical expertise. The media brings to the table the reach, the scrutiny, translation, and public dialogue. Civil society and affected communities bring lived experience and trust. The ministry works with the GIS, Government Information Services, but we also work with private radio and television, print and online media, because we do have that capacity as well. Civil society organizations like GNCD, Advocacy Grenada, Inc., Sir Optimus International Grenada. These are two of some of the organizations that we work with to facilitate communication going forward. So I'm going to go forward. Digital first should not be digital only. So when we start thinking digital, we need to start thinking for women and youth, how can digital access expand education, employment, entrepreneurship, and civic participation? For persons with disability, how does accessible technology support independent living, communication, and employment? For older adults, how does digital inclusion improve access to services and family support when platforms are simple, trustworthy, and accompanied by human assistance? There we go. So there are 5 questions that we could use as a checklist before we start thinking communication, or whilst we're thinking through how the communication would look. In terms of access, can people afford the device, the data, or the broadband? In terms of accessibility, can different bodies, senses, and minds use the website, document, or forms of video? In terms of support, is assistance available for older adults, first-time users, and people with different literacy levels? In terms of safety, are privacy, scams, exploitation, online harassment, technology facilitated GBV addressed? And in terms of trust, can users recognize the verified source and the next step? And this morning we definitely went over verification and how does that work? Accessible practice would include screen reader compatibility, captions, transcripts, sign language interpretation where appropriate, plain language guidance, and adequate contrast and offline or assisted completion portfolios. So when you're thinking about barriers, think that they overlap. It's not one barrier per person as you would have identified. So a warning will only be successful when people can act. So before an emergency, identify how communities will receive and trust the information. Make sure we prepare captioned, signed, audio, and simple language, plain language warnings. Yes, I remember you told me the simple. So we should also make sure that we work with our disability organizations like GNCD, etc., and women's groups, youth and older person networks to make sure that they are in the loop, special care, and make sure shelter accessibility, because that is a major challenge that we have been facing. During an emergency, only use one verified source of truth to distribute messages, whether it's through the radio, the television, SMS, social media, or what have you. And after an emergency, continue information on how social assistance, housing, health, rehabilitation, psychosocial support, etc., are available to the victims of whichever experience, catastrophic experience that is happening. One of the things that we need to work on is, and I realized that when we had Beryl, is having an accessible emergency communication protocol. Did not realize the importance of it until we experienced Beryl. Then is when we realized we couldn't reach people. And that is not good. So we need to work on that, building that out. So when we're thinking of communication, we need to think every channel, every island, every person, how we reach all of those. Yes. So one more thing that I want to share, and they can share the headlines triage. How do we do headlines? And this was identified by Derica. Take a story like mother of three appointed to lead national agency. That was your headline. Ask yourself whether if it was a male appointee, would you also introduce the headline as father of three appointed to lead a national agency? We don't think along those lines. When we think of jealous lover attacks woman after domestic dispute, whether domestic dispute minimizes the violence and jealous lover romanticizes the offense. And if we're saying blind resident calls for accessible emergency alerts, whereas disability is relevant, asks how the person's advocacy and expertise can remain central. We usually forget that in the mix. So that you have some headlines, suggestions, how you can change the language from mother of a tree appointed. So it has some suggestions there. And 4 commitments I want us to walk away with. When we're doing our communication campaigns and messaging, etc., how do we design, making sure that we have accessibility standards included for public information and dissemination? How do we partner with the civil society, the government, the media? How do we make that connection and keep that connection? How do we prepare and create drill accessible emergency protocols? And how do we train? How do we train individuals to test messages with the intended audiences so we could assess and improve our outcomes at the end of the day? So this brings me to the end of my presentation today. So when we reach people, we respect people and we will help people to act. So one of the things I would want you to remember, these strengths work together and it ensures that no one is left outside of the national conversation. So these are my sources. And thank you. Let us keep inclusion at the center.
Thank you very much, Ms. Alexis. So that presentation just took us over a few minutes for this segment. If we have 1 or 2 questions, probably 1 in the room, we would take that. Is there anything online? No?
Nothing online.
Nothing online? Nothing in the room? Okay, so then, Miss, okay, we have one at the back. We're supposed to have a mic on one of the tables? Okay, yes. We'll take that question before our next presentation.
Good morning. Earlier in your presentation, you spoke about reporting on services that are available after an event, help, psychosocial help, and those kinds of things. How does the media report if those things are not available?
Yes. Okay, so we do have within the ministry, because I'm representing ministry here, and we do have our public relations officer who is very hardworking and ensuring that the messaging is getting out, so that in some cases, she would come to us and ask us to build out, but in other cases, we already have the information packaged and ready for dissemination.
Just to clarify, not the information, the actual services.
The actual services will be part of the information. So it would identify, much like how we would have like the seed beneficiary, et cetera, information circulated on the Facebook page and posted in other visible spaces. That is part of the parcel for the packaging for the media, for the services.
Thank you very much, Ms. Faria, for your questions. And thank you to my presenters online, Ms. Kim, and in the room as well, Ms. Alexis and Ms. Samuel. Thank you all very much. So we now move into another very important area, media and information literacy, health and mental health reporting in the Caribbean. The way health and mental health issues are reported can have a significant impact on public understanding, attitudes, and behavior. For journalists and media professionals, this makes accuracy, sensitivity, context, and responsible reporting especially important. So this session will explore some of these considerations within the Caribbean context. Serving as moderator for this session is Ms. Arita Phillip, and she's online, the Associate Program Specialist for Communication and Information at the UNESCO Regional Office for the Caribbean. Ms. Phillip, you can take it away and you will introduce your team. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for this kind introduction. I am going to do a very brief introduction of our next presenter who will be presenting on health and mental health reporting in the Caribbean. That is Dr. Nikhil Jain. He is Program Director and Research Fellow at the Center for Mental Health, Law and Policy. And he is also a PAHO consultant for Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean. And so over to you, Dr. Jain, for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Areta. A very warm good morning to each one of you who is attending this session. Please excuse me, I'll just kind of share my screen and ready to move ahead. Yeah, just want to do a quick check whether my slides are visible and I'm audible. All right,
Yes,
perfect. Okay. Thank you. Okay, so I guess I was just kind of eavesdropping on the last session, and there were quite of spillovers. We were talking broadly about how the communication and all the things usually go. So I think the way this session kind of organically flows in that regard is something to do more about the nitty-gritties of how media reporting should happen, and especially when we consider with regards to the mental health implication of some of the most pertinent issues across the Caribbean. So before we take a deep dive in, I'm going to just quickly share a few things that we're going to cover, because a lot of content we are going to talk about specifically mentions the mental health issues, suicide. So there might be certain imagery or the content which could be disturbing for some people. So in that case, we usually advise to take a break and get yourself a cup of tea or a water if the things becomes overwhelming. So with that content warming, I'm going to go ahead and give you a roadmap for this particular session. So in the next 20 minutes or so, what we are trying to capture is an overview around what are the important consideration when we talk about media, especially covering around mental health, suicide, some of the most sensitive as well as the taboo topic across the world, and especially in Caribbean as well. And also to take some of the learnings from these specific areas and expanding it to the intimate partner violence or coverage of road accident or even some of the disasters or the climate change related issues or the extreme weather events such as hurricanes or cyclones. And the way we will be kind of covering these different sections into more or less like a interactive platform. So few things that I'm going to kind of expect at the beginning of the session is a lot of interaction, especially because this is going to be a slightly different mode of interaction. I'm sitting over here around 6,000 kilometers away from you. So feel free to come in, use the chat, kind of take a pause and then share whatever the considerations we have to kind of use over here. Okay, and at the last, we will be capturing into some of the work which is currently ongoing, where PAHO is actually collaborating with our center, and we are doing a lot of work, especially with a lot of media houses, media professionals, trying to make sure that whatever the nuance and whatever the research says, it's basically being reflected in the way which is much more contextual, much more relevant, and much more need-based. So that is essentially what I'm going to capture in next 20 minutes. And please feel free to drop in at any point in time if my accent is not as understandable or if you have any questions. So for that, I would request the facilitators to please help me out, and we can then just cater all the needs at that particular moment of time. All right. So I'm going to begin with sharing some of the imageries which are important for me at this stage, especially when you see some of the headlines on this particular slide. And I really want to invite some of the reflections from the people who are already in the room, as well as the people who have joined online, to just hold these images in your mind and perhaps think about it. What are the very first reflection that comes to your mind? As I said, If we have a couple of responses, then it makes the session much more interactive and much more need-based for all of us.
Do we have any responses in the room? Any first thoughts on the images shared on screen and what they would communicate?
In the back aren't able to see, yeah.
Can I ask the GIS team if you can just dim the light a bit for us at the front? The image is just a bit.
It won't be able to zoom.
Does this help at all for you to see a
No.
little clearly? No?
No, it doesn't.
The image is a bit small for us in the room. We can't see clearly. But anybody in the front row who might want to.
Okay. As we try to work on some of the graphics here, maybe Dr. Jain can explain them. We do have a hand raised online.
Yeah.
And
So maybe I can take a couple of responses from the online participants, and then perhaps we
Sure.
could take this to the people who are in the room. So yeah.
So we have a response online, Store. Could you please unmute and speak?
I can see on the chat as well, they have written about that people with mental health issues are dangerous to us and self. Okay, so that's the very first reflection one could get from these headlines. And just for the people who are in the room, please excuse me because I wasn't sure how the screen size and all of those things might look like. But essentially, these are some of the headlines that we have captured from different news media reports, different newspaper across the world, as well as some of these are from the Caribbean countries, some YouTube channel, as well as the mainstream newspaper media. So yeah, the reason why I specifically started with this particular image, because these are very important for us to understand, because our entire session for the day is going to be mostly surrounding these stories and how these stories are important. At the same time, if we are not very much paying attention on the sensitivity and the sensationalization it could actually lead to, this might even lead to some of the harms. So essentially, what we capture is mostly across the world. There is an element of sensationalization whenever we are capturing these specific topic when it comes to mental health, suicide, extreme climate events, or intimate partner violence. And usually, the entire phenomena originates from this entire need of having more likes, more subscription, more clickbaits. So what essentially we need to do and why it is important to slightly deviate your attention from the clickbait and try to incorporate this entire notion of what we call it as ethical and responsible reporting. And in the next few slides, what we are going to basically give more attention is why this is important, what research says, what are the harms which essentially carries if we continue to cover each of these elements in this particular direction. And then not only raising the problem, then what are some of the solutions? What are some of the frameworks that we could use so that the kind of engagement that you really want to have with your audience, with your readers, what are some of the storytelling elements which could essentially be used to change the narrative? Considering that we are not essentially imposing any kind of restriction or freedom of speech impairment, but rather actually suggesting for a lot more ethical and responsible reporting. So as we have listened, as we have seen, that a lot of time, these are the main type of reporting people usually engage in. So what all we just at this stage been said, it's not just a matter of the professional polish. There is a lot of decades of research which goes into why language is essentially the most important thing and why the media coverage, especially across these issues, are very important because it impacts the real people. It impacts the family, it impacts the reader, it impacts the people who have now survived and might have lost someone. So these are important issues, and let me show you some of the important elements that why these thoughts, why the topics or these information sharing that we are talking about are really important. And before moving to the main evidence part, let's talk about why it is important and why it has been said that the health in literacy is an important goal when we are talking about the media coverage. So a lot of research actually puts into the center that why media is important, especially for the health communication, because we all know that rather than talking a lot about the clickbait, there is also something which shapes the behavior of our reader. The way the information is being communicated, either through the government partners, the PR departments, and all of that. A lot of work is also done by the private media sector, the broadcasters, the digital platform, the citizen journalist, as we now call it. And a lot of this information, which is now being available through these mediums, before putting it into a common platform, there is a lot that we need to put in because this information can show that there could be a way where we are trying to fulfill the gap around providing the very relevant information. But at the same time, we also have to be very much mindful that if this information is not verified or it aims to create some sort of a sensationalism, then it also can instill a fear or a sense of false uncertainty. And this is important, especially in case of suicide or mental health, where we have learned through the research across the years that a lot goes in terms of the stigma, in terms of the help-seeking behavior, in terms of the language that we use that perpetuate this entire cycle of blame game, victim blaming, and how each of these content can actually worsen each of these. So before writing a news article or before even thinking about how media can capture these things, in essence, one has to be also mindful of the way the entire semantics are being considered, the way the entire priming is being done, how the agenda is being set, and in what particular socio-ecological space we are trying to put this particular news out. Because we also have to be mindful about the secondary as well as the primary impact of these particular media reports as well as the media outputs. So essentially, what we really need to emphasize over here is how health literacy can actually act as a stopgap measure for this. So at this stage, we all know that one of the primary responsibility of media is to dispel the misinformation. But most of the time, what happens is without the credibility attached to the information, it often creates that level of sensitization, that level of authenticity which is attached with that. So I want you to think this in terms of three different segments. First is the gap. And we all know that in case of health, the news spread the fastest. And if this particular speed with which the news or the intensity with which it has been written is credible, it's trusted, and then you think that the audience who is basically receiving these news, especially then in that case, it is much more harder to mislead and it is quicker to instill help-seeking behavior. And every accurate story, when it is written with this kind of an essence, with this kind of a perspective, it basically adds a lot of debunking of myths. And it also acts as a source where you are basically acting as a mediator to instill what we call it as an information resilience, which essentially means that people who really need help by the information which is being disseminated through each of these medium can actually help them to rather seek help, rather to seek support from their near and dear ones as well as the professional services, rather than kind of putting them into the spiral where they are more feeling threatened, more getting into the spiral of guilt, and that could even have some sort of a contagion effect. So what I'm going to do, I'm essentially going to take this broader context and capture two, three things which are very much important, especially when it comes to suicide, it comes to mental health, and some of the climate related coverage. And what research has actually shown, and the evidence has shown, that a lot of the current reporting that goes globally as well as in the Caribbean region where we have worked with, there is certain issues, and especially across the different sectors, we have seen that mostly there is victim blaming which goes into these headlines. A lot of times, many of these evidence have suggested that various articles have automatically linked mental illness or suicide with some of the preconceived misconception like violence, how each of these are more attributed to a person who is actually a victim in this case, as well as a lot of many times the main essence around the support provision, the main essence about how can you create a circle of trust, that is not mainly the main center frame around which these entire news piece or the media articles or any of these outputs are being created. And this is something which is not only at a global level, but something which even research says. And what we have seen, especially with this particular case study, and I'm sure everyone remembers who this particular person is. Any idea or any guesses who this particular person is? And just a hint for the group, this is one of the famous celebrity, and I guess I am a big fan of this particular person, and I suppose there would be other fans as well. So any quick responses who we are talking about? That's correct. Robin Williams. Yeah. So we have all seen that one of the very clear-cut case study where how something that has happened in a personal life of a person in 2014, where Robin Williams, a very famous celebrity of Hollywood movies and movie industry, died by suicide. And what has actually happened that after this particular event has happened, there was a huge media coverage because this is something, an opportunity that no media houses really want to spare. But there was also one parallel phenomena which was happening in parallel where nobody actually paid an attention. And a lot of reports and a lot of mainstream media houses were just explicitly detailing around what has happened, when has happened, what could be the probable reasons that might have led to this particular event, which actually lead to a very sensitive and sort of a romanticized version of how this particular event was being described. And essentially, one of the idea why this is problematic, because there was a lot of research which actually started after this particular event. And we have seen that because of this particular news coverage, there was a huge spike in the death by suicide, especially in terms of the method, exact method, which was being used in this particular case. So there was a 32.3% increase in specific number of suffocation suicide, which was actually the modus operandi of how Robin Williams have actually took his life. So what essentially I'm trying to put emphasis over here is that a lot many times when we are trying to capture an event in its entire nitty-gritty and in a greater detail, there is a possible chance of a contagion effect, especially when we are talking about mental health and suicide and other stigmatized subjects. And this is something which is proven by a lot many research papers, and a lot of research body says that in this particular case, media coverage increases risk. So what essentially we need to do? Should we stop reporting such event? No. The answer is we have to change. There is a very specific effect that we call it in the suicide prevention research called as the Werther effect and the Papageno effect. And essentially what these effects have been, it is originated from some of the historical of it. So the story actually started back in 18th century where there was a particular novel which was being published, and in that particular novel there was a very explicit detailed around how the protagonist of this novel died. And the result was, again, a lot of copycat suicides, which actually happened in the entire European region, because everyone, whosoever was very much relating with the protagonists, and these were the young men in this particular case who has some of the experience of a failed relationship, they were copying the person and dying by the exact same method. So this phenomena is something which is very well proven. And as I said, almost in the research body, it says that around 2 to 3% of suicides can be attributed to the kind of coverage that happens in media, and especially if the coverage is around a celebrity suicide or so. But at the same time, we have also seen that if media actually captures the responsible reporting, it also act as a protective factor, which we call it as a Pepegino effect. So we have seen that even in terms of some of the mainstream rap song. So this particular rap song called the rapper who's called named Logic, he actually created a rap song which essentially just reiterates the helpline which was functioning in US at that time. And throughout this entire song, what we have seen that there was a lot of emphasis on help seeking and the way the youth relates with the kind of pressure they get in a day-to-day life. And the result after this particular song was released, that there was almost an increase of 20 to 25% on the national helpline, which was the main topic of this particular rap song. So essentially, what I'm trying to emphasize over here is that if we follow the resources which are given by the different global agencies such as PAHO or the WHO, and they have a very clear-cut guidelines when it comes to reporting of such sensitive matter, for example, suicides. This essentially says how can we avoid using sensational language, not explicitly mentioning the methods or providing the details of a person, the name, the picture, the suicide note, and not anticipating or using the language which gives undue attention to a particular case. Then essentially what we are not doing any sort of disservice to the community, but rather we are trying to prevent the contagion effect or the copycat suicide which possibly might come in. And using this particular principle, what we could also see that some of the evidence which we have now utilized in case of suicide reporting can also be extended to when we think about the mental health reports or reporting some of these incidences where there are the cases of the intimate partner violence, or even can be extended to the climate related disaster. So everyone over here, whosoever belongs to media, they might have heard about the communication theory, how a particular news is being created, whether we are talking about the agenda setting to framing to priming. So how we can use each of these principles and shift our narrative in such a way that you are accurately describing a particular news piece in a very contextual manner, but at the same time, you're also being mindful about the dignity. You are basically trying to understand what exactly is the constructivism that you put into those reports or those headlines, and then you attribute proportionality to these media outputs. With that, I'm going to move to the last segment. And this is the work which is currently ongoing in collaboration with PAHO, where we are having these individual courses with media professionals as well as the media houses across the Caribbean. We have done some work in Barbados, which is ongoing. We have also worked in Belize, Grenada, Guyana, as well as other countries over there. So if one is interested to look more about these particular work, I guess the slide deck would be shared, so you can go through each of these individual resources and you can actually take good help from each of the resources which are even on the PAHO website. And the take-home message for me, I think at this stage, is that we have heard about the Papageno effect, but even each one of us, whosoever does a lot of media reports, can act as a Papageno for ourselves, because our reach as well as the credibility with which we write and at the platform, each of us carry a huge amount of power through the power of our words. So if our story includes more of a helpline, frames recovery and hope, and treats distress with dignity, then essentially we are trying to capture a Papageno moment in everything we write. So with that, I'm going to take a pause. And these are some of the website as well as the email address of our work. And I'm happy to take questions now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jain, for your presentation. Very informative, and I'm sure that we do have many questions in the room as well as maybe some questions online. I invite our participants in the room to acknowledge themselves. We're not currently able to see the room at this time. But before we come to you, I just wanted to refer to you again, Dr. Jain, about what you were sharing in your presentation about do's and don'ts. And perhaps you could just share a little bit more about with the stakeholders in the room about do's and don'ts in the media when it concerns reporting during disaster, preparedness, and even in disaster recovery times. That would be very helpful as a start. Over. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Arita. I think the common denominator would remain the same, that at some point in time, we are trying to capture a news piece, but at the same time, we also have to make sure that how eco-anxiety as well as all the relative aspects are related with the kind of anxiety which perpetuates because of the information that we get. So a lot many times people feel overwhelmed with the kind of information which is being spread out, whether it is about what possibly might go wrong, how this is impacting a common person, whether this is going in terms of what reality is, or whether we are trying to, not actually justifying with the proportionality element. So I believe in terms of the disaster response, a lot many universal practices could be used. So, for example, we need to first think about who I'm writing this news article or a news piece for. What exactly is my frame of reference, whether this is to create a sensationalization, or this is just to instill information, or this is for the preparedness. Because each of these frame will have a different kind of write-up or a setup that goes into drafting of that particular media output. And at the same time, are we even trying to capture what are some of the resources which could be used by my reader, the someone who is at the receiving end of this news article? And overall, how we are using the language, whether this language is more to instill fear, insecurity, some sort of a kind of an uncertainty, or whether this is something which is more to do with the preparedness or the real nature of this particular disaster which might be impending. So I think those are some of the universal practices one could actually follow.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jain. We have one question online from Roxanne Thompson. Please unmute and ask your question, Roxanne.
Good morning. My question is how should news organizations approach comment moderation when reporting deaths, suicide, or mental health issues? Should disabling comments ever be considered as part of that reporting?
Thank you so much, Robson. And I think this is a very relevant question, because we now have seen that now we are moving away from the mainstream media where you are getting all of these audience in an asynchronous manner. So especially if we are talking about certain platforms like YouTube or Facebook or any other social media platform, moderation is very important, because what we have seen that in a lot many of these cases, if you are not moderating it in a very controlled manner, then possibly some of these misconception as well as the myths as well as victim blaming, and even up to the point some of these abuses can also be added on those chat boxes. So in these cases, as a moderator, one has to be very much mindful of setting up some of the rules. And it is something that we cannot do like one stop sort of a moderation, or just disable the comments, because this is also an opportunity at the same time to engage with the people, because everything has two aspects to it. So if some people might be adding or might be causing harm through the way they are writing or sharing their responses, but at the same time, if we are mediating it in a very sensible manner, if we are moderating it in a very proactive manner, then at the same time certain people who might be sharing their stories of hope and recovery, that could also act as a protective factor. Or if we kind of build into that, it would also be useful for some of the other people who really want to come up. So putting a blanket ban on the comments I don't think so that's a good approach. But yeah, you will have to be very much deliberately moderating some of these comments, especially if they are reflecting negative on the kind of discourse or the discussion which is going on that platform. I
Thank
hope that answers your question.
you. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Ms. Thompson, for that contribution. Do we have any responses from the stakeholders in the room? Any questions, any comments on the
One,
presentation?
two,
Anything?
yes. Okay, I'm here.
Yes?
Yes, I have a question. So, one of the slides shown by Dr. Jean talked about suicide reporting, and sometimes we romanticize certain situations and that kind of thing. But on a deeper level, I just want to know, how does UNESCO, organizations like UNESCO and PAHO and so, address these issues in terms of romanticizing suicide and so from even a young age? For example, one of the books that our students use for English literature is Romeo and Juliet. You know, they teach that in schools, and it's like, oh, this great love and this great sacrifice and that kind of thing. I mean, from even that age, we are teaching our children, you know, stuff about suicide. And maybe it's not direct, like, oh, yes, you can kill yourself for love, but it's more like, you know, it's like this kind of subtle way that we desensitize them in that type of form, you know? So I just want to know from the organization's perspective, UNESCO, PAHO, and so, what are you doing to eradicate or deal, or is that something that even come up in your discussions or so? Like, how are we dealing with that to ensure that we're not just trying to address the issue after the fact, but we're just dealing with it from the root, basically? Yeah.
I can quickly comment on that. So at this stage, definitely there is a need to, go much more broader as well as beyond the traditional or the mainstream media on this, because I currently 101% agree with you that there is a lot is in the way the literature, the way the entire graphics and the depiction even happens in some of the fictions, and that also becomes some of the part of the academic curriculum. At this stage, what we have started doing from 2014, where PAHO actually started working specifically on creating the guidelines for the media professionals. So at this stage, I'm not sure the overall attention is beyond the mainstream media and has expanded into the academic curriculum or the existing literature. So yeah, I mean, that's a gap. Possibly in the future, there is something which might happen. Yeah, so I mean, I think that's what my answer for this particular question would be. But it's a very interesting take, and I know there is a lot that has to be done. But unfortunately, at this stage, we are not at that particular place where you can go more into these kind of discourses. But yeah, I mean, you never know in the future. Possibly these engagements are could happen, and most welcome as a suicide prevention researcher in this regard.
Thank you, Doc. We have another question in the room. Mhm.
Okay. Please.
Yeah, I'm not too sure it's a question, but it's in response to the initial slide that you had up, and you asked persons to give their feedback on it. My feedback was resignation when I saw the headlines, and I remember one of my favorite songsters as a young person was Anne Marie. And she sang a song. I kind of growing up, you knew your favorite artists, you knew all of their songs. And one of her songs was A Little Good News Today. I don't know how many of you probably paid attention to that song from Anne Murray, but the idea she basically said was I sure could use a little good news today. And I yesterday I was traveling from here to my home in St. Andrew, and I travel on a bus, and usually I drive, but I traveled on the bus yesterday, and the music on the bus was atrocious. I can say that. I learned about backshot. If you love your girlfriend, it's backshot you give her, and it's a local DJ. And then almost to St. Andrew, the obscenities, the litany of obscenities began to come one after the other. And so I asked the conductor to ask the driver to change the music. And well, they kidnapped me because I said, if you don't change the music, please drop me. The driver, he instructed the conductor to close the door, and they kept on driving. So I called the Grenville police station, and I gave the information. The officer asked me, what do I expect them to do? And I was kind of aghast. And then she told me, take the registration number. I called onto the driver, the conductor, he's not answering. So I touched him on the tip of his elbow, and he shook up and he said, don't touch me. So I then, somewhere along in any process that I was on the phone with the police, and he told the driver, stop the bus, and he pulled open the door and he told me, get out. And a guy told me, say, partner, you're too big for that, the passenger in the front seat. And I said, Lord, then I wonder what our young children, because as media practitioners, you report on societal issues every day. I think one of the trending things right now is the issue with Kimberly and whoever. And I guess a lot of persons don't even know that because of the amount of pressure that Kimberly is under, her mother tried to intervene and she would her mother up. I got that. And I say people only kicks in on that, but it's not the mainstream media that is reporting on that. It's the citizenship, what journalists, or you call them, and so forth. And I guess she's in a dark place right now. It's better for the ex-boyfriend because he will heal, but mental health is not only affecting just a little segment in our society, it's affecting every one of us. So much so that I find myself, when I listen to news nowadays, if it's not sensational, I move on. Easy like that. You have gotten accustomed to a diet of sensationalism, and sometimes as journalists, I am not. If you get into that mold that if you want to stay relevant, you must be the first person bringing that sensational story, whether it's true or not. And I go back to ask myself, just as traveling on that bus yesterday, the buses figure that if they don't be the most bombastic, they don't get passengers. The journalists believe that if they are not the first, if they are not the most dramatic, whatever, they lose relevance. But ultimately, all of these behaviors are having a negative impact on our society, on every one of us as individuals. And we do not, I think we are not really measuring, there's not an instrument to measure how that is affecting society as a whole. And so, as I said, I'm not a journalist, but I'm affected by what comes out there. And I'm glad to have been here yesterday, because I think Mrs. Isaac, sitting with Ms. Faria yesterday, spoke about the issue of critical thinking. And I realized that many of us, if not most of us, are no longer even able to critically assess situations and so forth. We just go with the flow. We join the crowd, and our societies are placed in a worse position. So ultimately, how do journalists, I'm coming to it, how do journalists, recapture the essence of quality reporting, recognizing that you have a role in building or breaking a society?
All right, thank you so much for that contribution. Unfortunately, it will have to be our last one. I would like to, of course, give Dr. Jain the opportunity to make any final comments, as he will have to leave us, and we will go back to the moderator following his closing remarks. Over to you, Dr. Jain.
Yeah, thank you so much, Charita. I mean, I just really want to thank for this particular opportunity to share this platform with all the participants who have joined online as well as in the room. And yeah, I mean, just to kind of bring it further to what the gentleman said, that the responsibility is on all of us. This is a difficult task. And we know that the way the entire industry, as well as the way this entire social media has now been seen as one of the most important determinant of mental health as well as the health in general. And it is up to people like us to how you basically make full use of it. Everything has pros and cons, but it is our responsibility to weigh between the two and then take the approach which is much more helpful and for us to grow as a society. So with that particular thought, I'll close this particular session, and thank you so much once again.
Thank you. And so I hand over. Yes, a round of applause, of course. And now I hand over to our Master of Ceremonies, Miss McIntyre.
Thank you so very much. Thank you very much, Ms. Phillip. And Doc, okay, so we have to break for lunch, but we have a member in the room. Is it a question for Doc or is it? Okay, so we'll just take a brief contribution from the head of MWAG.
Well, first I want to ask the gentleman here, was that a radio station that was playing the music or was it a driver's own? What radio station was that? An FM station. Oh, I wish you had remembered. I'd like to speak to you afterwards. And I just want to say that the Media Workers Association of Grenada is not unaware of the role and the responsibility that we have in covering sensitive matters such as suicide. And we are now actively involved in taking some action. We are organizing a workshop on reporting on suicide for our members. And of course, if there are any agencies in the room who may want to reach out to us to discuss collaboration, we would be happy to accommodate that.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much, Ms. Farrier, for that plug. So we have now reached our lunch break. I encourage everyone to use the opportunity not only to enjoy the wonderful meal that I'm sure is awaiting us, but to continue the conversation and network with the persons in the room, because that is all part of the experience of being here today. All right, so we will be back by 1:15. What time is it now? Right, by 1:15. So please get your lunch and walk back. Thank you. It is about 11:33 right now. It's 12, sorry, what am I saying? It is 12:33 right now. We'll be back by 1:15. Please, we have to stay on time. So thank you and see you soon.
That we currently have no visual or audio on your end. So grateful if you can rectify that as we seek to resume today's MIL and media stakeholders engagement workshop. Thank you and over. While we await connection to our colleagues and stakeholders in Grenada, for the benefit of the online participants, I just wanted to share briefly about what lays ahead for the rest of the afternoon. So the next presentation will be on MIL Media and the Economy, which will be followed by the final presentation of the day, which will be on MIL Media and Culture. So we have ahead of us two presentation segments that will be very rich and engaging. And of course, we ask for your continued strong engagement over the next few hours as we bring the Sim Caribbean MIL and Media Stakeholder Engagement Workshop to a close. I trust that everyone has been enriched and empowered and has been able to build their media and information literacy competencies, whether you are media stakeholders directly or whether you work within a media environment in a communications capacity. And so for the colleagues, for the stakeholders who are joining us now online as we return from lunch and we await the connection of our colleagues in Grenada, we do not have a visual in Grenada at this time. And so once we are able to get that visual and audio from our colleagues in Grenada, I believe that we will be able to resume. Thank you so much for your active partnership and participation in the Sim Caribbean MIL and Media Stakeholder Engagement Workshop to date. I am Ms. Arita Phillip, Associate Program Specialist working with the UNESCO Regional Office for the Caribbean, joining you here remotely from Antigua and Barbuda. And as we wait to connect, I would love if we could share via the chat where we are all joining from. Of course, we have colleagues from Grenada, stakeholders from Grenada that have already made themselves known. I am joining again from Antigua and Barbuda. Miss Natalie Holness, who is our IT assistant, who you will see as UNESCO Kingston, is joining us from Kingston, Jamaica. Where do we have other stakeholders joining us from online? I note that we have St. Martin. We have Great Bay Media joining us from St. Martin. Welcome. We have Claire Otley joining us from St. Kitts and Nevis. Welcome. Thank you for joining us over the yesterday and today. We have Julianne Lee joining us from, Jamaica, joining outside of the Caribbean. Thank you so much for being here. Sharon Noel, representing Grenada, but also joining from out of state. We have Radinka, who's joining us from Bonaire. Happy to have you, Radinka. I see also online Secretary General for the Bahamas. Who is joining us online as well. Thank you for joining us for yesterday and today. We have Roxanne Thompson from Grenada. And she says she's recovering from Grenada's wonderful summer festivals, Carnival, but she has a cold. Thank you so much for your participation and active engagement via text in the chat. Do we have any participants from any other member states? Thank you so much, Secretary General Deidre Bevans, who's joining us from the Bahamas National Commission for UNESCO. And just to confirm with our colleagues in Grenada, we still have no visual or audio coming from your side. And we hope that this will be rectified very soon. Okay, so now we have visual of the room. And I will now hand over to the Master of Ceremonies, Miss Abigail McIntyre, who will lead us into the next segment. Over to you, Miss McIntyre.
Good afternoon. Just letting you know we're still on break, so Ms. McIntyre and the others are still out of the room. We will resume in about 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you for this update. I'm sure the colleagues online would have also heard this. So let us observe the additional request for a delayed start.
One, two. Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We are just awaiting one of the panelists who is supposed to join the session right after lunch. So our team is trying to reach them just to find out how close they are, and I will update you shortly. Okay, thank you. Continue some of the conversations and connections made throughout the morning. As we begin our afternoon session, I know that the schedule would have pointed out to a session on media and information literacy, the media and the economy. However, our guest speaker for that segment is unavoidably unable to be here. So we do send her well wishes to address the matter that she's currently dealing with, but we understand that things happen. And so as media practitioners in the room, you know, that can't stop the show. So I would now invite my head of communications at the Government Information Service, Mrs. Shireen Thomas Isaac, to lead us in some brief discussions before we move to our second session for this afternoon, which will deal with media and culture. Okay, so over to you, Mrs. Isaac.
1, 2. Right. Good afternoon, everyone. So I hope we had an enjoyable lunch and we're ready to chart our way into the final session for our 2-day workshop. We've sat on tables with individuals some of us are comfortable with. We know them. We know most persons in the room. We're going to do a bit of a group activity with those who are on our table. I'm going to give you 5 questions and we are going to do a type of presentation on these questions. Yes, Karaku and Petit Martinique. Yes. You're with us, right? So we've been discussing for the past 2 days various areas or segments of media and information literacy and how we as practitioners and persons who are close to that sector, how we should meander and mediate through our discourse in how we present, how we engage, etc. And that's pretty important as we develop this sector that is pretty dynamic. So persons have different interests, persons have different stake as to, you know, why they're involved and how is it that they see themselves along this journey of media, information, and literacy. So just some basic questions. It's like an icebreaker. What are the most reliable sources of news? Who do you tend to identify as a credible or reliable source? What measurement or yardstick do you use to identify what is credible or what is a reliable source. All right, that's the first question. So you can make note of it if you wish to, because we're going to have to present this based on our 2, 4, 6 tables. Yeah. And the persons online, you can join in type in your questions in the chat, or preferably you can present it based on which question you would like to address. Yeah, so these are the list of questions. Fake news. What is fake news? Is there something called fake news, or is there some truth in fake news? Yeah. What do we define as news and information? What is that? Based on what we would have presented for the past day. What are some of the negatives that can occur when we rely too much on an automatic routine or structure in how we deal with information? So should we remain with what is status quo, or sometimes is there a way that we are to adjust how we treat information? And how important is it that we navigate through, relying on automatic structures? Are we good with those? Yes, so we'll go them again. What are the most reliable sources of news, or what do you consider a source of news, or or how do you know how credible a source is? What makes something credible? Huh? No, man. Same thing. How do you define fake news, or is there something called fake news? What do we term as news, or is there something called news? And what are some negatives that can occur when we rely too much on automatic routines in media and information? We're going to take 10 minutes to go through those. Yes, so each table can select one and answer accordingly. Pick two. Yeah. And we could do it point form.
Right, so you have a presentation and present it behind it. Andrew, Troy presented. Troy answered. As usual. I know my most lab.
Just on it.
Thank you. Right. Thank you. One more thing. Anyone in? How do you define fake news? So what is most reliable? From government?
And there's another one, a last one. How can we, as practitioners, establish ourselves as an authority in media and information literacy? That's a better question. Thank you. Let's do that one. I just fell into my groove now.
Say it again.
How can we, as practitioners in media, information, communication, how can we establish ourselves as authorities in media and information literacy? That's the discussion day. Plus. Online, do we have any responses as yet? We'll give you the opportunity to share. So you can indicate by raising your hands. Raise your hand online and Arita would allow you to proceed in giving your response. So let's start online and then we're going to come back in the room.
Okay, we do have 2 responses online. I don't know if the respondents would like to unmute Miss Noel and then Miss Lee. Are you able to share your contributions?
Hi, I was
Okay.
asking for the questions to be added to the chat because I didn't get all of them. So is it possible for them to be added to the chat?
that would have been something that might have been helpful a little bit earlier. Perhaps I can do so for your information, but at this time, I think we are more into the engagement activity. So please allow me to do that a bit later, and I will share the contribution of Miss Noel in the meantime. Thank you so much. And so Ms. Noel says that news is the credible information shared on various issues that are factual via various forms of media like radio, TV, print, and yes, social media. Is there anything else that you would like to add, Ms. Noel?
No, I want to add nothing.
Arita, can you just read the response again? From Ms. Noel, thank you.
Sure. So Ms. Noel shares, news is credible information shared on various issues that are factual via various forms of media like radio, TV, print, and yes, via social media.
Thank you, Ms. Noel. Do we agree with that response? We have a no in the room. Can we clarify or can we have some discussion on the no from Mrs. Roberts? We move the camera to this side. Thank you.
So I'll begin by saying that news is not what happened. News is what they say happened. And the they could mean a news entity, could mean a social media person, or it could mean somebody who's backing the news entity. So for instance, something happens, you see all sides of the story. So this thing happened. But based on my interest, I will take the slant, regardless of what the thing happened. So I would say, for instance, water fell on the computer. I want to prepare my interest. I will say, well, the computer was not even on the table. Somebody just came and just poured water on the computer. Then somebody else will say, I saw when the thing fall. But if you want to get a balanced approach, right? Because, so for instance, there are some entities like organizations, whether they have political interests or whether they have economic interests, then the news entity takes that slant. So who says that, okay, a boy walking down the road, right? So if it's from CPA point of view, CPA will say, well, this is the story. Then the father will say, that is the story. Who is to say what exactly happened? So a credible source now will find all sides because regardless of what, somebody who pays the piper calls the tune. So if my entity as a business is the one who is financing the news agency, they will seek my interest. And that does not necessarily mean that what they say is the whole story.
Okay, thank you. That's another perception on news. Let's have it going. Anyone else? Let's keep it going. That's an interesting addition. No more from online. If not, we're going to move to. So we have no addition. Nobody else did that question. Okay, so let's move on to the table with MTV. Let's have you present, please. Yes, I think Mr. Gill is ready. Caracon Petit Martinique, we're ready? That's right. Let's go, Caracon Petit Martinique. Born ready. Let's go. Just state which one and you go ahead.
So we answering what is fake news? Fake news is information that are intentionally made false or misleading and often look like legitimate news. And it is created and spread for a number of different reasons. But the interesting thing is not everything that is false is fake. Meaning that as media practitioners, we make genuine mistake. So we run a story that turns out to be false later on. Doesn't mean it's fake. It's just that.
False and fake. Let's have a bit more clarity on that.
Let me just ask my group lead, to
Go to
join the
yes,
discussion.
I agree.
Wait. You make it.
Or anyone has a perspective on that, false and fake?
Is untruth, like something that is not true. So I make up a story, and to fit into my own thinking, I say, okay, well, the two young ladies jump off the boat. That's false. And when you do your own investigations, when the investigation is done by all the persons that have to do the investigations, you realize, hey, they did not jump off the boat. They actually were swimming in the water. So you made a mistake, but it's false news that you presented. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a
So in that case,
it is fake.
if
So it's
in that
fake
case,
or false?
false news. False news is
Okay,
fake
one
news,
second,
but
one
fake
second.
news does not always need
Can
to be
we
false
have,
news.
I beg your pardon, let's have one conversation here. Oh, I love this. We're going to go to Miss Francis, you make your point, and then we're going to move back to the center table.
So I'll repeat what I said. False news will always be fake news, but fake news does not necessarily have to be false news. Because, for example, if something is false, it's definitely wrong, incorrect, there's fake, you cannot bring it, it's fake. Fake news can be a truth that you've taken and twisted it to a certain extent, probably stretched it unexplainably fast. For example, using the same, just a little example that she used, water fell on the computer. Fake news, you've done your investigation, but you've started to spin that the truth is water did fall on the computer. Then you'll put in your spin, oh, this individual threw the water on the computer because XYZ. That's fake news because you twisted it entirely, but the fact is water did fall on the computer.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the center table.
If I may, I would like to give a definition. I just asked AI, and AI, as we've been dealing with yes, artificial intelligence is part of the reason we're here. So while we're debating, I said, well, let me ask AI.
Make sure
And
it's
AI
credible.
has given me a source. AI has stated its source, and the source that is stated is the University of Michigan. And it states here that fake news is false or misleading information that is dressed up to look like real, trusted news. People or groups create it to trick readers, change opinions, earn money from website clicks, or push a political plan. So that is the definition that it begins, and I hope it helps shape our understanding of what the term fake news is. Thank you.
Is AI credible there? Is that the original Michigan University? Did we verify that source? I'm just being devil's advocate. Yes, Ms. Faria.
Fake news has a malicious intent behind it. That is what it is. So in the example that Diana was using about the incident with the ladies on the boat, that they didn't jump off the boat, which was what people believed in the first place. It was not fake news. It was just that people got the facts wrong. There was inaccuracy. It wasn't accurate. People died in Grand Anse Bay, but were they swimming or were they on the boat? That does not rise to the level. That does not meet the standard for fake news, in my opinion. Somebody got it wrong and corrected later when they found out. I hope they corrected later when they found out that the ladies were. Yeah. But fake news it's designed for a particular outcome.
What I appreciate is where you added in two terms there, the intentional adding of the information. So the intent again, and then the impact with the accuracy and how it is fixed after. So I think that's a good standard for us to go on when it comes to, deciphering and this conversation of fake news. Anything else from online? Just 1 minute. Anything from online, Arita?
We do have some contributions here on fake news.
Okay.
I'm not sure if the persons who typed in the chat would like to unmute and share themselves. Marcus and Karine, would you like to share? Okay, in the essence of time, I will share Marcus's contribution. He says, fake news is purposely fabricated information. And Korean Marian Alexander says, fake news is real. It's information that seems credible, but is developed to mislead and misinform. And that's it on fake news. Over.
Okay. I think we're all along the same lines.
But we have to avoid
but-
mixing up truth and the word true and the word real there, which Marine uses.
Karine, yeah.
Marine Alexander. Hey, Marine.
Karine.
Oh, Karim.
Karine.
Oh, Karine Alexander.
Karine
Oh, I
Maureen
thought it was my
Alexander,
friend
yeah.
in St. Lucia. So, yeah, yeah, it's not real. And so we need to make that distinction there between truth and real.
Okay, thank you. And last comment from in the
I
room.
think add a little bit more, because when I think about fake news, I'm thinking about something that is made up, not necessarily being gleaned from a real incident. Okay, so for instance, we were talking yesterday about using the avatar and different things. You see a person saying something, and what the person's saying is not something that actually happened. Just you fabricate it to make it look like it's an incident. So I'm kind of feeling a difference there in terms of it's fake, because it's not like you could take the information of something that happened and misconstrue it. You've made up this story to be a story, but it's not a story.
I agree with that.
So you can have something that actually happened, but you have false information about it. But
Right.
then you have something that did not happen, but you make it look like it happened. So it's like a fabricated. So that is the fake news. The false one, something actually happened, but you have different ideas about what happened.
So, and that can actually happen within where an actual incident happens. It goes back to intent. Can I take an aspect of an incident and twist it and turn it for a particular purpose, even if it didn't happen?
I'm just saying that
not just making up out of
that is one aspect of it, and this is also another aspect.
Okay,
that people
so-
they just say, oh, they see somebody pass on the road, that person stole something. That did not actually happen. But when you put it out there, nobody knows it didn't happen. That's fake. But sometimes somebody stole something, but they didn't know who stole it. So you say it was this person that stole it. That's a false.
All right,
That's
so
just
we've
coming
had some
from-
great discussion on fake news, and we have false news, and we have the real news, which we are going to be standing on. The accurate. You know what? So I think in the next quarter, when we do our inaugural activity, we're going to have some real discussions like this. So, we're getting some ideas here. Do we have any feedback on the other questions? I want to take the table with Shannon and Kadisia. Can we move to the last question? Did you try the last one?
No, we didn't do the last.
Okay, go ahead. No problem. Go right ahead.
So the one with what is fake news?
We just deal with fake news.
Well, we only do the first and the second.
Okay, let me hear what y'all have to say. And we're just going to leave it there. Let them make their statement and let's move along, okay? All right, fair.
We didn't go in depth as everybody.
Okay.
What is fake news? Fake news is false or misleading news that is presented as if it's true. That's all we have. We didn't go in depth.
Okay. Let's hear the scenario.
What was the scenario? Yeah. All right. So me and her sitting here and somebody snap a picture and say, forming a new party right now. Something like that.
Okay. All right. Fair enough. Thank you very much. Another contribution. Let's take the table in
I
front
just
here.
have a question though. So how do we determine what is the real news or the truth?
That goes back to the very first question and where I asked about credible sources. Yeah, the credible source, and as Ms. Faria just indicated too in our discussions, accuracy. Yeah, so I think credibility and accuracy.
Yeah, because our example, no one asked either of us if we were forming a party. They wanted to stir up some drama, so they take a picture of us here talking. They say new political party headed by so and so. Nobody can ask a question. They know it's probably very untrue, but no questions were asked.
And they run with the narrative.
And they run with it.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my apologies, Ms. Isaac, but let me just say, right, that I'm not sure if you're thinking of like journalism and reporting here, or if you're thinking of the people with a smartphone, because there's a difference. And I'm very passionate about people understanding the difference. What people like myself and Ms. McIntyre and Ms. Roberts and Ms. Isaac, what we do is not the same as what people spend half their day scrolling on Facebook and TikTok looking at. So no journalist in this room or in any of the mainstream media houses is going to see 2 or 3 people just sitting there having a conversation and go make up a story and say they're forming a political party. There's going to be some basis for it. And then the next thing they're going to do, there's a basis for believing that you are going to form a political party. And the public even cares that you, because news is the public interested in it? And does it impact people? That's news. And does the public even care that you're going to start a political party? And then they will go to one source, a second source, and if they have the capacity, the time, and the knowledge, a third source to verify whether or not you are actually forming a political party, and then they're going to write the story. So when we're talking about news, and when we use the word news, let us be specific. Our media people do not. Sometimes we're inaccurate, sometimes we get it wrong, and then we correct ourselves. We do not involve ourselves in malicious intended news.
Thank you very much.
Great.
And on that.
So I appreciate that, and I know he was insinuating any of that, but the discussion was on fake news, and fake news, as I think most people here have agreed, has to have a malicious intent. So I don't think media workers ever have a malicious intent when writing, reporting the news. So I don't think we were thinking about fake news in the.
You're just trying to bring a very
professional
realistic
way.
example on just the idea of what fake is
Exactly.
with information.
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. Can we move on to one of the other questions?
In her situation.
Can we? No, we
Just
can't.
just
We
one
have,
second.
we're on a time
Just 1 second.
constraint and we're not going to be dealing with fake news again. I'm
No,
very sorry.
just making a point on what she said. What she said was
Mrs.
that they
Roberts,
come
we
and
need to
ask
move
her,
on.
and 1 minute, they come to ask her whether she forming a political party. And she will tell them, no, she's not forming a political party, but she is. But she is forming. Yeah.
So we know how that does go, but let's move on. Let's move on to another question. I'm coming back to MTV. So it's fake, yeah. Let's hear from MTV.
Well, this is not MTV here.
Well, when I say MTV, I mean the group with MTV.
Yeah. So I'm gonna just respond to the question regarding automatic or routine. Deviating from that, I would say yes, it's important. Because news is evolving. It has a shelf life. It is dated. And of course, if you just stick to the routine or automatic structure, you're going to lose out on what is current, what is trending. So all that ends up getting lost in the mix. So for those of us who work in the newsroom, we understand exactly what it means. After 3, 4, you pack your bag and are ready to go. And then you get a call saying that there's a fire or there's a hanging or there's a murder. And so you have to deviate from the normal routine. You just, pull resources, pull people, see who is available to go and to cover it and everything. So for me, almost on a daily basis, you have to deviate from routine or structure.
Thank you very much. I accept that. Ms. Francis?
Just like to add to that.
Go ahead.
I would just like to add to that as well, considering that just this morning we had a session on mental health as well as sensitivity in terms of how you present information for example, the suicide, etc., and gender. And so depending on how you, perhaps in one aspect of presenting the news, you may have to call certain names as reliable sources, but in other aspects, you may have to leave these names anonymous. So I think you have to be able to be a bit malleable in how information is presented.
Okay, thank you. Any responses online?
Okay, we have one final contribution. And this is concerning information credibility. And this response is from Marcus Nicholas, who shares from research approach, he would say A, who's the sender? Are there multiple sources that confirms? And the content itself. And we do have a hand raised from Roxanne Thompson. So please share, Roxanne, and we will end with you online. Over.
Hello. I guess I wanted to answer the question of how can we as practitioners in media establish ourselves as authorities. I think we can establish ourselves through the quality and consistency of our work. And we have to be people who verify information and understand the difference between fact, opinion, and misinformation, and just be transparent about where the information comes from if we are able to do so. I think we should also be open to learning because we're in an environment that's always changing. So if people can trust us to explain information accurately and honestly, we become authorities in that sense, not because we say we are, but because our work would demonstrate that.
Okay, thank you very much. A very good contribution. Anyone else from the room would like to share on being an authority in the media? And we will wrap things up before we move into our final session of the day. What establishes us as an authority in media, and how important is that? Yes, Ms. Faria.
We are not authorities. In media, we may know a lot, a little about a lot of things, because that's what doing research to do our work properly, that's where that comes in. Our competencies, if we're lucky, our formal training would be in the field that we choose. So to be an authority on media, I'm not sure if the question is about being an authority on media or being a credible source or being a credible source of news. So is it that the question is it about being
Yes, it needs to be a credible source.
credible source
Yeah.
of the news bringer, not necessarily a credible source of verifying the information that you're bringing in the news, right? Because there's a difference. I come to you to verify whether or not GIS is really building a building, like all you say, and who the contractor is. But as a credible source of news, I would not, if I want to be a credible source of news, then I can neither pretend that if I know that you do have the money to build a building and that you've already broken ground, I can't pretend you didn't. And if somebody bad spend the money and the building is not happening and I find that out, but I pretend because I'm trying to protect somebody in GIS that you do have the money and there was no mismanagement of government funds on this project that was approved for improving GIS, then this is where I compromise my credibility as a journalist. And so it all comes down to, for credibility, whether or not you speak truth to power.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else would like to share before we wrap up this impromptu session? I think it was good to keep our minds going. All right, so I want to thank everyone for participating, getting the minds going. Yeah, getting our mind going as we move into our final session. So I'll turn you back to our wonderful chairperson, Ms. McIntyre. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Isaac, and thank you everyone for participating online and in the room. So as we move on, we now get into another area that is deeply connected to who we are as a people, and definitely that is culture. The media has an important role to play in preserving, promoting, and sharing our culture through television, radio, newspapers, social media, and other digital platforms. Our stories, traditions, our music, language, heritage can reach audiences both at home and across the world. And we see that with our spice mass and that kind of thing. But the way our culture is represented also matters. Media narratives, that word again, can influence how we see ourselves and how others see us. Our next session, therefore, looks at the intersection of media and information literacy, media and culture, with particular consideration for Grenada and the wider Caribbean. Moderating this session is Mrs. Shireen Thomas Isaac again, the Head of Communications at the Government Information Service, and she will introduce her panelists. Thank you.
One, two. Yeah. Thank you, Ms. McIntyre. And I love that introduction. We're just off the heels of Spice Mass, the best mass by far, where we would have seen a dynamic display of what is authentically our culture. And we are going to move into our discussions. Our panelists are Mr. Livingston Nelson. He is the Chief Executive Officer of the Grenada Cultural Foundation, and he's here with us. So, Mr. Nelson, I invite you to the head table. Our next presenter is Mr. Yuri Peshkov, Head of Culture Program, UNESCO Regional Office for the Caribbean. He is joining us virtually. So welcome to you. Our next presenter, and I'm going to give apologies for the individual who was supposed to be a part of our panel. That is Mr. Kelvin Jacob, who is the Chief Cultural Officer within the Ministry of Tourism, Creative Economy and Culture. He's unable to be with us due to unforeseen circumstances, so we put good wishes to him. I think this would have been an amazing discussion for him. Mr. Philip, did he have other words to share with us? Yeah, so Mr. Philip is going to join into this discussion also, this presentation also. Yeah, so we're going to have Mr. Nelson, who is no stranger to the arena of culture. I think most persons know of Mr. Nelson and his involvement in culture and the Grenada Cultural Foundation and all that they do. So our discussions would focus on, with Mr. Nelson, he's going to speak on media engagement. How is it that the Cultural Foundation collaborates and coordinates with media personnel, where they are in terms of media and information literacy and sharing, and how is it that the media, how is it that we as practitioners can promote Grenada's culture in a true and accurate way, and what are some of the needs that are coming out from the foundation and how we can be a part of this involvement with the Grenada Cultural Foundation. So, Mr. Nelson, I'll turn over to you to make your presentation.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you are not tired. Usually the last session could be the most boring session. People are tired, but hopefully we'll change that. Yes. I sent it. I thought they had it. Okay, so Okay, so I must put my PowerPoint up. I think we can open conversation. All right. Yes, so it's okay. I think it should be. So I think I was introduced. I've been involved in culture for all of my life, if you are going to say that. I think I was born into it. I had no choice. So I was asked to discuss the importance of media literacy in the preservation and promotion of Grenada's culture. And some of the sub-questions involved in shaping Grenada's cultural identity. They wanted me to discuss the importance of positive and authentic portrayal of Grenada's cultural diversity, and how media stakeholders can help dispel stereotypes and misconceptions while supporting language preservation, particularly indigenous languages. And of course, discuss how digital transformation impacts the awareness of and interest of Grenada culture by the public. So let me start off by asking the question, what is media literacy? In my opinion, media literacy is a tool that can use to disseminate information. It deals with the acquisition of skills to help to paraphrase, to articulate clear position, ability to quickly, in some cases, to articulate one position or bias. Media literacy is neutral, meaning, well, yes, it is neutral. One may experience some footage and example, what happened on October 7th in Gaza. And some people may see them as terrorists. Our next group may see them as freedom fighters. You in the media, how do you interpret and how do you report on that activity? But basically, it's the ability to use television, radio, flyers, film, blogs, and how you interact with social media. So in my opinion, that is media literacy. For you in the media, I don't think you need a lecture from me on that. I think you're in a better position to understand the tools necessary and the empowerment it can bring to you. I would want to take you back further. Media was one time radio and telephone before we are in this modern era. And at that time, people travel by boat and they travel by plane later on. And of course, there was television. Prior to that, media was localized. Information was spread by word of mouth. People traveled by boat, on animals, and by foot. So outside influence was minimal. We had institutions like the church and the schools influencing people's thinking, their thoughts. Today, if you want to fast track to today, media speaks of the global village where everything is connected. Media outlets are owned by a few. And we are moving, maybe we are there right now, into a landscape that is rapidly changing where social media now is competing with the established media outlets like the MTV and the GBN and the power stations are just using Grenada. But of course, you know, the CNN and all those big media outlets, they are now in competition with social media for news. And unfortunately or fortunately, I heard that came in and you were talking about fake news and false news and credible news. So I think it has a lot more discussion to take place as it relates to that. What we consider as fake news or false news, or what we have considered at one time as real news, is now being challenged by those new emerging expression in social media. They are challenging the established narrative by some of those established media. So discuss the importance of media literacy in the preservation and promotion of Grenada's culture. In a world that is increasingly shaped by digital media, understanding how to navigate this landscape is more crucial than ever, especially when it comes to preserving and promoting the rich tapestry of Grenada's cultural heritage. So media literacy empowers one to analyze and reevaluate and evaluate information that is put out there in the public domain. What's happening here? I'll give me some help. Yes, sorry. Yes. So we are here to discuss the importance of media literacy in the preservation and promotion of Grenada's culture. I think I said that already. Right. Something go wrong with me now. So before we can actually think of using media literacy, we have to first understand what is it we can do to influence our heritage, our culture. And in Grenada, we have several practices. We have nuances, we have identity. So for practices, we have festivals, our languages, our folk tales, our mythology, culinary, religious ceremonies built on natural heritage sites. Nuances basically explain what we do differently. Identity has to do with our words, phrases, names, characteristics that uniquely identify us as a people. What are some of the practices that we have in Grenada? We have festivals. What are some of the festivals? Are the media practitioners aware of our salakas and what it means? Are our media practitioners aware of the Maroon Festival, our anti-tech literary festival, our parish-based organizations activity, like when they have St. Patrick's organization, our June 29th event, our Sedu Rainbow City Festival, our folk festivals, our Festival of the Arts? Are media aware of all those festivals that is taking place in Grenada? When we talk about our language, do we understand when somebody say you're making mawet, or you are chungbeng, or you are kakapul? Or when somebody say moving the road, gal, do we understand that? Or somebody call you a boo-boo, or a makoman, you know? Do we understand that as part of our language, regular language or expression? Or when we go to riddles and somebody say, don't count your chicken before the eggs hatch. Trouble doesn't set up as rain. What in the dark must come out to the light. All those things, in a sense, connect us in our language. When we talk about our mythology, and we still under practices, when we talk about our mamaladi, or lugawu, when we talk about our open door, or when we talk about folktales, are we aware of some of the old stories like the Brianansi and the Competig and the Compezaye? Or do we know about Ricardo Kings Douglas or Urias Peters? Or do we know the stories of Auntie Tech herself? Or when we talk about culinary, and can we say in Grenada that we have ilong? Is really ilong our main dish now? Do we prepare it? How do we prepare our ilong? If I say to you, if I were to ask you as a group, which day I would most likely cook rice and peas and chicken and pie? Right, and if I say them a fish broth or a pea soup or a callaloo soup, what day? Saturday. All right. So you see, there are certain things that bind us and unique. So we get in there, And then we have religious ceremonies, we have the religious groups, and then we have, of course, Christianity, we have the Baptists, we have the Muslims, we have the Hindu. Somebody different? Say something different? Saturday you cook your island? Soup, yeah, Saturday soup, yeah, mainly, yeah. And then we have syncretism. Do we understand syncretism? The combination of African practices and customs that is being hidden or is being operated alongside our Christian practices. Yeah. So we can always talk about that later. Or when we talk about our built and natural heritage sites, we talk about Graniton and some of our architecture, building our fort or underwater museum. We talk about water mills. I'm saying all that to say that these practices for you is important, because if you are not aware of those practices, how can you in the media influence or talk about what is really to be Grenadian? And what are nuances? Nuances are, we do the same thing like other people, like we have carnival, but in our carnival, we have jab jab. Do they have jab jab in Trinidad in the same way or in St. Lucia? So we have jab jab. Is our juve different from the juve? What are the subtle differences? We have a plethora of masquerade, traditional masqueraders. So of course we have the chutney, we have the veko. We used to have, quote unquote, we are told we should not try to use the word wild Indian, but we had that. We have the Apache. We had Donkey Mass. Donkey Mass. And then even when we have oil, even when we cooking and we talk about food, culinary, do we season our meat ahead of time? And if I say to you that I'm letting the meat kusu, the food kusume, you know what that means? Okay, that means you're not so young. And if you go and we talk about, so these are nuances. So yes, everybody use obscenities, but if I say to you, hello, you know, I use that because one time I was in a next country and I had a fallout with some guy and I just, hello, and I used the full thing. And he said, you're a Grenadian. And it's only then I recognized that this expression is seriously Grenadian. Yeah, yeah. And then the Guyanese may use, they use a S and a C and they continue doing the thing. They do it differently. So I'm saying all is we have to appreciate that in order to influence and to make sure we protect our culture. But then when we say about, then we move to the third one, when we talk about identity. Now, the question is asked, what makes us Grenadian? Who are you as a Grenadian? And I usually try to answer that question in that way. Find yourself in a location far, far away in Scandinavia, and there are few of us, but you know in that crowd, there is a Grenadian. All right, there are a couple of Black persons, but you cannot identify them by their look. So what can we say to make that person turn their head to identify with you? What are some of our characteristics? Now, there are certain things that are taken for granted. They say we are gentle, we are hospitable. We loud? I never thought so. No, Grenadians are not too known to be loud, that rowdy, no. Oh, do we do that? Right. But let me tell you, if you are in a crowd and I said, good night, Queen's Park, you turn your head, right? It has to be a Grenadian. If I say Spice Mass, if I say 473, you turn your head. And then, of course, we use the language earlier on, so but in a language, and then we talk about our history. History is always linked to our tradition, to our heritage. It is difficult to talk about culture without talking about our history. So if I said to you, if I'm talking about history, and I said, let me start with Fedor, you kind of could associate with that being Grenadian. If I said the 1951 social revolution, some of you may not agree, but it was a very serious social revolution where there was a serious challenge to our concept of who we are. And I think at that era, it really challenged us as a people to start to think about Grenadians, or we as Black people, being equal to everybody else. That's the first time it really came hard on us that we are as equal or as better, as good as anybody else, 1951. And then if I said we had a political revolution, 1979, you understand that. And of course, so our identity, but again, I use the word shortney, vector, jab jab, I use salakas. You should identify those words. These are some of these things that are identifying us to being Grenadian. So now that we have acquire the tools, we can now produce film, radio sequel, we can use and produce news, we can do blog, etc. Now you have an appreciation of who you are as a Grenadian because, again, we have situated you quite squarely into that realm of understanding our culture. So now we are in a position to influence, to build, to defend, to challenge stereotype. So media practitioners must know and appreciate our culture while acquiring skills in media literacy. We have a responsibility to highlight the beauty of our tradition, actively promote our culture, debunk and subdue negative profiling by outside agents. So some of the positive media portrayal would be something like association with Malcolm X, Buzz Butler, Gary, Maurice Bishop. In sports, we might have Kirani, Fletcher, Anderson, Affy. Our character, hospitable, gentle, and peaceful. There is something some of us probably would not know, but Grenadians we are also credited for having leadership on the regional and international scene. Grenadians are known to offer quite and powerful leadership. So that is something I think we can boast of. In the performing arts, particularly Carnival, we now, in the last 3 years, we seem to be emerging as it relates to Carnival with what I consider to be a boast. But actually, if I take you back maybe 15 years, the first person I heard say that was Specky when he said we are the best juve. I don't know if you heard anybody else say that, but Specky always said we are the best juve. And he continues saying that. And then more Grenadians now are saying that we have the best juve. We are creating a positive image, one in the media, but also with ourselves that keep on boasting that. We are claiming that we have the best soca artists. We are claiming that we have the best carnival now. The best carnival by far has become a hook line, right? And of course, we claim the jab, 100 how much? 10? 110,000? 100,000? 100,000 jab. 10 persons probably didn't play. Right? We have the best network of roads. We have the best variety of foods, the best chocolate. We have the best nutmeg, the best what? The best rum, the best cocoa. We have best quality cocoa, tooth bagay. Right? So, and then we are the envy of a lot of islands within the region because Grenada is culturally rich. I remember I was in a workshop not too long ago with the Bajans, and they can't get over that Grenada has such rich culture, although they think we're not using it enough. So media literacy empowers stakeholders to critically evaluate and challenge narrative that may perpetuate stereotype or misrepresentation of Grenada. What are some of these stereotypes that we need to debunk? Is jab a devil mask? Are the people spiritual Baptists having the traditional practices? Are these people Obia people? I mean, I don't really asking you to answer, but I'm just want you to think hard because these narratives are outside there. And if you are in the field and you believe that we are evil, that jab is a devil mask, then that is what you probably may say or not say, or you probably wouldn't defend it. And if you believe that our Baptist people are Obia people, then that is what you believe, that is what you might portray. Is Salaka a pagan ceremony? So these are some of the stereotypes I can come up with quickly. So I'm just saying all this to say there are more, but in the meantime, let me just stick with those questions. As it relates to positive reinforcement, when individuals see the culture represented authentically and positively in the media, it strengthens the sense of belonging and identity. When at one time, to be a pan man, to be a pan, you had to be illiterate. You had to be a Bajan, you had to be some kind of idiot. At one time, to play drums, you had to be an illiterate. You had to be some kind of rum drinking guy. And so people didn't really want you to associate with pan men at one time, no, with drummers. And at one time, jab was really, really taboo. And recently we had Rastafarianism. Now, but if our culture, as now we see, example, let us use jab. We had the priest that played jab. The one from St. David's, you know, singing Calvary. He no longer a priest now, but he was a priest. You had the prime minister playing jab, right? And jab, just because I'm sticking with jab a little because I think we all can understand the transition he went through. Jab went through a transition where I think the first real endorsement of jab started in 1972 when the political party then, which was 1973, the NGM, had a protest movement against Gary, right? And the songs, we probably wouldn't go into it, but the song speaks volume as what they were saying. And then later on, we had them in 76 again, there was a next endorsement of the jab. And what you found is that people that were professionals for the first time went into jab and started playing jab. Albeit they didn't use tar, they used red mud, they used mud, but they actually played jab and chanted jab, right? And then later on you had Mars International coming up with Jambalasi, again endorsing the whole concept of jab. And then you had Tivoli drummers playing jab on the street, and you had Talpri and other guys that came to really enforce. And then you see some now public figures, lawyers and doctors and everybody now they are playing the prime minister. I did say the prime minister playing jab. And what was good, the prime minister played jab even before he was prime minister. Right? Now, because of those, because we now our culture, if we can have a positive image in the media of our culture, it highlights our commonalities, not differences. It influences decisions such as research and documentation and promotion and exhibition of our culture and art form, right? So I know we have 2 more presentations. So in conclusion, I just want to say media literacy combined with a positive image of our culture can ensure that our people immersed in their culture are in a sense the greatest. And I want you to, if you don't hear anything else, that last 3 statements I'm making, people immersed in their culture are in a sense the greatest resource for economic development. If you don't know yourself, you cannot develop. If we are not a united people, you can try the communist the communism, socialism, capitalism, you can go to the IMF, you could go to everybody else. If we are not a united people, you can only do things for 2 years and 3 years, but the sustainability of our development has to be when we know ourselves as a people. So you have that sense of being demonstrated when Thailand moved from 0 all the way up to the scale as being one of those tigress powers. You have Burkina Faso these days, today, showing how much it can do when you have a people that are united. And it's only at this juncture that true development really happens. Only a culturally aware people can have sustainable development, as what we see in China. And ladies and gentlemen, I think I have said enough and would like to thank you for your attention. Only to say that our culture is living and alive. We have a lot more to do to seriously archive, record, document, and have a common body of understanding that this is that. We need a lot of work to be done, but you, the media people, are in the best position to help us speed up that process. So thank you. Right.
All right, thank you, Mr. Nelson. And I think you've framed a lot for us as it relates to how is it that we treat our culture, and as practitioners, how we present and our role in maintaining authentic Grenadian culture for all those who are going to be taking in our information. We move on to Mr. Philip, who is going to take the next 10 minutes, 10, 15 minutes to share on media and culture from our perspective at GIS.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. And I want to say thank you very much, Madam Moderator, for having me here this afternoon to express from the government's perspective how media and how media information, that skill is important towards the development of our culture and how we express that from our heritage, history, and so on. I had the great fortune to speak with my colleague, the Chief Cultural Officer, when he expressed his inability to be here today. And I did, have a little back and forth, which he helped clarify from the ministry's perspective how important we, the media, and how important us understanding our role, our function, and what we in turn, not just the formal media, but also what we call the informal, as we say, our citizen journalists, what we all contribute to when it comes to us as a nation and as a people. And I think this resonates across countries. So it's not just, so even though I'll be speaking of Grenada, I believe the context resonates across all the various countries. So I would want to start by reading here a quote from our Chief Cultural Officer on why is media literacy important in promoting and marketing Grenada's national public ceremonies and festivals. This side. This side. This side. This side. It's good. Thank you. I'm good? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Go ahead. Okay. Yes. So national ceremonies and festivals are not simply events. They are expressions of Grenadian identity, history, heritage, and national pride. Media literacy therefore becomes important because the manner in which these events are captured, interpreted, and distributed can influence how Grenadians and the wider world understand our culture. From the government's perspective, media literacy should help practitioners go beyond simply recording an event. Media professionals and digital creators should understand its historical context, cultural significance, symbolism, and community value before telling the story. This is particularly important in the digital environment where a short video clip can reach hundreds of thousands of people without the accompanying context. An image or performance presented incorrectly can unintentionally misrepresent a tradition. Conversely, good storytelling can educate audiences about why a particular ceremony, costume, form of music, dance, or cultural practice matters. And as Brother Livingston Nelson just expressed, the nature of our uniqueness, the nature of how we portray, how we act, all of that can be misrepresented if we're not paid close attention or we do not understand these things. So what has the government done? In the most recent medium-term action plan, which is the 2027 to 2029 edition, the government has placed culture, heritage, and the creative economy among Grenada's economic resilient priorities and specifically identifies cultural preservation as a national priority. It also calls for strengthening the teaching and preservation of traditions, including dance, theater, steel pan, music, wire bending, mass production, jab, shortney, and other elements of Grenadian cultural heritage. This is a very, very important, intentful act by the government. Media literacy therefore helps us to ensure that our culture is promoted without being diluted commercially, without being distorted, and modernized without losing authenticity. An important question for the audience is, when someone overseas sees 30 seconds of Grenadian culture online, what do we want them to understand about Grenada? That question should influence how we tell our stories. I would want to move quickly to, he pressed also on the matter of brand Grenada. And the question here is, what is the critical role of media stakeholders in protecting and promoting brand Grenada? So the first thing he said, brand Grenada belongs to all of us. And we need to take it from the context regardless to where you sit, regardless to your perspective. If you're a Grenadian, brand Grenada belongs to you. And so it is up to you to work to promote and to protect brand Grenada. It is more than a logo, slogan, or tourism advertisement. Brand Grenada is the cumulative impression people form about our country through our people, culture, institution, products, music, food, landscapes, sporting achievements, festivals, and stories told about us. Traditional media, therefore, have an important responsibility to maintain professional standards of accuracy, fairness, verification, and context. However, the communications landscape has changed. Broadcasters and newspapers are no longer the only organizations shaping national perceptions. Podcasters, photographers, videographers, influencers, bloggers, musicians, and independent digital content creators can now reach audiences as large as and sometimes larger than traditional media organizations. Government should therefore see these creators as part of the wider national communication and creative ecosystem. And for those of you, the government of Grenada has created GOCA, which is the department that is responsible for the creative affairs and the development of that sector in Grenada. So it is very intentful that the government recognizes that it's not only the traditional media that is important, but also the wider and broader context of persons who have the ability to share and to document information about Grenada in the wider context. So Grenada's Office of the Creative Affairs already identifies audiovisual and interactive media, performing arts, festivals, music, gastronomy, and other areas among the strategic pillars of the country's cultural and creative industries. It also uses digital public awareness initiatives to increase visibility for Grenadian creatives. So, protecting brand Grenada therefore requires several things. One, accuracy. Verify information before publishing it. Two, authenticity. Tell Grenadian stories through Grenadian voices and experiences. Three, context. Explain cultural practices rather than reducing them into images designed only for clicks. Four, quality. Our photography, audio, video, writing, and graphics should reflect professional standards. 5, consistency. Government, tourism organizations, media, and creatives should reinforce the core values associated with Grenada. 6, responsibility. Understand that highly visible negative or inaccurate content can influence international perception of our country. 7, creativity. Protecting the brand does not mean everyone must tell the same story. It means encouraging innovative storytelling while maintaining accuracy and respect for Grenada's identity. The objective should be to control the media narrative The objective should not be to control the media narrative. Rather, government should provide better access to credible information, stronger relationships with media and creators, and opportunities for collaboration. So from this context, the government of Grenada, through the ministry, is working collaboratively with creators, with agencies such as the Grenada Cultural Foundation, and all other stakeholders as a means of now putting policy in place to support and to ensure that the protection and the development of our culture and our heritage is first and foremost a priority for our nation. And so it's as similar to what I said before regarding GIS and what is being done for GIS. These actions are now not just talk, but they are now in plan where budget is going to be defined and is going to be expended to ensure that these types of development occur. So it's a positive thing, and the importance of the media and media professionals, as well as our citizen journalists and all other persons who are currently within that creative space, that we all recognize that we are one and Brand Grenada belongs to all of us. I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Philip, on behalf of Ministry of Culture and being highly influenced by our Chief Cultural Officer, Mr. Kelvin Jacob. And we turn our attention to online with Mr. Yuri Peshkov to give his presentation. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I'm happy to be here with you. Can I share the presentation?
Sure, go ahead.
Yes, just a second. I think that's about it. Can you see it? Just a second.
Yes, we can.
Okay. So it's on your screen, but I'm not sure if it's in the large format. Okay, anyways, I think not to lose the time, let me just present. All right, so my name is Yuri Peshkov. I am the head of culture program of the UNESCO Regional Office for the Caribbean, located in Kingston. Of course, we work with Grenada extensively in the field of culture. Here I am to present one of the dimensions of our work that is linked to the media diversity. So first of all, let's speak about the cultural normative instruments that countries ratified. Mainly those are three conventions: the World Heritage Convention, the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention, and also the Convention for the Diversity of Cultural Expressions. So all of them are dealing with different domains. The tangible, of course, with monuments, sites that are authentic, that are integral part of the historical or technological development. The Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention is dealing with the elements that are living, so we also call living heritage. The diversity of cultural expressions says by itself, of course, we mean all kinds of expressions, including the culture and creative industries. There are some significant achievements in implementation of all these three conventions in Grenada. I can mention that there are no sites for now on the World Heritage list, though we are working quite extensively on the transnational nomination of Grenadines Island Group. Hopefully, the process is ongoing, and hopefully we will see it in the World Heritage List. Also, the tentative list identifies the sites that are important for the country's history, such as St. George Historic District and St. George Fortified Systems. These are well-known sites in the heart of Georgetown. And just recently we heard about the developments with the drill yard area of the Fort George. That was actually damaged by fire, I understood, and now there are plans also to perhaps demolish it. So that's where we need your voice. We need voice of media, voice of the civil society and professionals, of course, along with the government, to try to protect or research or do maximum, in accordance with the framework of the World Heritage Convention. As for the Intangible Cultural Heritage Convention, we have two elements inscribed from Grenada on the representative list, such as traditional wooden boat building and Carriacou and Petite Martinique, and also Shakespeare Mass, that is traditional component of Carriacou's annual carnival. Those elements are representing, let's say, Grenada on the list. I would say we're quite advanced with implementation of this convention in Grenada, thanks to the excellent implementation of the international assistance submitted by Grenada and the project that we implemented a few years ago, which is Proud of My Heritage, transmission and safeguarding of the intangible cultural heritage in Grenada through inventory and educational initiatives. I hope, well, I'm quite sure that you heard about this project because we also had a specific media campaign to advertise. There were some posters. There was also the annual calendar published, and many events and also videos created. Grenada ratified the 2005 Convention for the Diversity of Cultural Expressions in 2009. So this convention is kind of less known because we don't have any lists established under this convention. The World Heritage, the Intangible, they all have lists. This one is not, but it's an important convention for boosting of local cultural industries and local creativity. It contains, maybe I should move the, for the convention, the cultural expressions, of course, linked to all the creative and cultural industries, as you can see on the screen. So the convention reaffirms the freedom of thought, expression, and information, as well as diversity of the media, and enabling cultural expressions to flourish within the societies. There is a special article within the convention, Article 6.1, that speaks about enhancing diversity of media, including public service broadcasting, as one of the measures that parties to the 2005 convention may adopt to protect and promote the diversity of cultural expressions. Also in the monitoring framework of the 2005 convention that is developed within, of course, its implementation, and it's a monitoring tool for us. It's stated that public service media is one of the 11 monitoring areas of the implementation of the convention. So it's also a pillar within other 11 on how convention is implemented. So the media diversity is a very important component. Okay, so we speak about perhaps measures to achieve the diversity in the media, and now here I'm just getting like summaries, because in UNESCO, we elaborated a specific one-day course for media practitioners, professionals on the diversity of media under this convention. So it's also available if necessary. So media diversity, of course, crucial to promote the diversity of cultural expressions. And the 2005 convention actually stipulates that the state parties should adopt measures that are aimed at enhancing the diversity of media, including through public service broadcasting, now more frequently referred public service media, serving audiences and multiple platforms. As you can see from the slide, there are policies and measures to actually advance this within the implementation of the convention that speaks about the diversity of cultural expressions, news and opinions, national content reflecting the interests and concerns of citizens, as a policy also balanced approach in serving all audiences and population groups, and achieving public policy objectives such as social cohesion or lifelong learning. And of course, there are different measures to support the policy. When we speak about diversity in media, we say about the policies as diversity of cultural expression, news and opinions, equal access of women, minorities and underrepresented groups, diversity of interests and views, and also fair representation of the regions. So it's the convention actually encourages state parties to look at the cultural diversity in the media as a as it relates to population, to territory, to cultural expressions. There are, of course, challenges to media diversity, and there are many. And just to mention that, of course, in the globalized today's world, we have significant erosion of territorial sovereignty in cultural expressions. So global platforms are dominating our markets, but the convention actually proposed to support a local initiative, or local creativity. That is actually have a good example in Korea. After adoption of the 2005 convention, the broadcasting and also television production boosted in the Korea, and we have some numbers on that. So, I mean, all the Korean serials, all the television production that is very popular all around the world, and also music, came out from the measures that government adopted to implement the 2005 Convention of UNESCO. So what we are trying to do also within UNESCO, that there are some platforms or mechanisms for cooperation and regulation. So UNESCO published the guidelines on digital era. There are several publications on that, how to balance the approach. There are some other organizations that also that are trying to regulate and support local production. So there's a kind of elaborated mechanism for monitoring of the diversity of the media. And I'll just show this slide and say that it gets to different indicators, and the domains that are measured are the ownership of the media, the independence, including the technical, legal, political, financial, demographics, the content, also access, accountability, and data. So I think with this I will end my presentation, my short presentation. I hope we can have another perhaps chance to talk about convention in depth and how it's applicable to Grenada going forward. All right, well, thank you very much. I don't see you all, but I'm happy to be here and present. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There you have a visual of us. So this is the participants who are in room. Before we have any further discussion, do we have any questions, comments coming from our participants online or within the room? This is your time to do so. Arita, is anyone online
We have
to?
no contributions online.
Okay, thank you. From within the room? Yes, we have one contribution from Ms. McIntyre. Go ahead.
So I just wanted to ask Mr. Nelson a question. You spoke about media and the role that they play in promoting our culture and that kind of thing. From where you sit, and you've been around for quite some time, do you think that we're doing enough? Do you think that there are areas we have not tapped into in terms of the media and their role and how we promote our culture and our heritage and that kind of thing? Would you have any suggestions or recommendations, if so?
Well, I think the media has important role in helping educate. So I have been in the Cultural Foundation this wrong for the last maybe 3 years. I cannot recall, I think only once I was called to ask, what is the Cultural Foundation position on this or on that? So I think the media has to exercise some level of curiosity and would want to know, just recently, last year, this year, earlier April, we did a short pamphlet on Salaka and what it means, because there was this confusion in the air, what is Salaka, what is Saraka? So we did a whole research document and presented it, and we sent it all to all the media houses. No one ever asked a follow-up question or to do a story following that. So I believe in all aspects, the media has a role to play in being a little bit more curious and trying to create a dialogue as it relates to, and just answering the question, who are we as Grenadian people? I also believe that people like me, where I sit in the Cultural Foundation, should also be more actively involved in providing information even before we are asked to the media houses as it relates to some of the documentation that we are doing. I think I would like to also say that we have done some work in trying to document. So as a citizenship or responsibility, as a true corporate citizen, I don't know if is corporate, I don't know if that's the correct word, but sometimes we want to partner. We have done the documentary, but maybe as a public service, if the media could sometimes say, okay, well, you have done that. This is a research that you have done in terms of educating the public. So can we work out a minimal fee in order to get that aired? We're not getting a lot of that from the media houses. Of course, we can get it from GIS based on where you sit, but on the other media outlets, is usually a fee that is attached. So it's difficult for us to always pay for that in the Cultural Foundation, particularly based on the resources we have, although we have done the research. But we would like the information to be all there. We would like a greater partnership, a greater sort of social responsibility to be taken on by the media in order to help disseminate information as it relates to our culture. I hope I answered your question.
Thank you.
And just to support what Brother Nelson has just indicated from the government side of it as a means of pushing to ensure that That support is there from a policy level. I'm just looking here at the medium-term action plan for 2027 through 2029. And unlike the previous MTAP, one of the priority sectors in the and thematic areas under economic resilience, line item number 2, under economic resilience, it says culture, heritage, and the creative economy. So the government within its planning has identified culture, heritage, and the creative economy as a priority area for investment and for development. So with Brother Nelson and his agency, this particular insert here now allows for access to resources and the development of skills, even through the Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and so as a means of actually investing to ensure that we have development over the course of that period. So in the previous MTAB, that was not the case. So we're seeing that it is a priority, and we were very hopeful that throughout the next 3 years, we're going to see more advancements in everything that was spoken of here today.
So, Mr. Philip, as you spoke about that, and head of GIS, do you have any preliminary plans, or have you already put some thoughts or anything into place as to the role GIS would play in this going forward? Because I was speaking to my colleague here, Diana. She's PR for the Ministry of Carriacou and Petit Martinique Affairs. And I said, what if someone called GIS? We have ambassadors out in different parts of the world. And let's say they're having a Grenada Day or something, and they call us and they say, GIS, y'all have anything on big drum dancing? What are we going to provide them with? We don't have anything, any content that we have really created to say, okay, well, yes, we did a feature, a mini documentary, something, an interview, whatever on that we could share. We don't have that, you know? So from where you sit, sir, your goodly office, do you have any plans to improve this?
I know you asked the question, but I also would like to say part of our role is documenting. I think I mentioned that earlier on. So I'm not so sure. GIS has to be maybe active in helping document those information that we would like to put out. So I think our willingness, and I found that Mr. Philip very helpful, GIS as a whole, very helpful in ensuring that we get some of the information out and in documenting under, I would say, very strenuous circumstances sometimes. So I think if the Cultural Foundation is empowered, then the GIS can say, okay, we have this document, contact the Cultural Foundation, can we share that information with XYZ? So that kind of partnership building, you know, we do the documentary, we do the research, they help in terms of the archiving, the documenting, and the editing, and then I think we could develop a product, and it's only when we have the product can we share it with whosoever may want it. I hope I didn't feel you good.
Oh, no, not at all. In fact, I think we're working in synergy here, because just to see that GIS, with its mandate as well, under the new medium-term action plan, we are on an institutional resilience, and we're number 6, and it says information and communication governance. So GIS as a priority for government is investing in GIS, and our focus is whole of government communication. So it means that we are now mandated, and we are going to be given resources as a means of collaborating and coordinating with all the ministries, departments, and agencies, and of course the Grenada Cultural Foundation, Ministry of Tourism, Culture, and the Creative Economy. And so they are all part of the government. So it means, therefore, that our resources, once we are coordinating and communicating, we are able to now develop products that they may need and work within a good ecosystem, so that we can put out to our media colleagues and to the rest of the world content that is appropriate and content that best represents brand Grenada.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think we have 2 questions from online. Arita, you can proceed.
Okay, thank you. The first question will be from myself, Arita Philip here, Associate Program Specialist with UNESCO Regional Office for the Caribbean. My question goes to Mr. Peshkov. One of the hot button topics that we've been discussing today has to do with AI ethics and culture. And as you would know, UNESCO has recently gained the support of CARICOM to launch the UNESCO Caribbean AI Policy Roadmap, which has culture as one of the central pillars. So maybe if you could speak a little bit about your work and the nexus between culture and AI, That's the first question. And the second question, if you could speak a little bit based on what our colleagues in Grenada have shared about their work and their advancements in culture and how maybe UNESCO would be able to partner with them as they seek to, further protect their cultural product, but also engage with media organizations going forward. Over.
Thank you, Rita. In short, yes, we started. UNESCO is the one of the leaders in the ethics in AI, and we started to work on this subject quite a long time ago. It actually we have another sector that is dealing with ethics and AI, which is social and human sciences, that is merged now with science in UNESCO. But within the cultural sector, we were dealing with digital content of the cultural products that is linked to the culture and creative industries. There are some studies published, even from this region, but mainly data was coming from the Central American countries, Mexico, and so on, etc. On the digital creativity. So that type of market. There are some within CARICOM countries, of course, there are policies and how would I say it, agreements signed, including the agreement of the economic partnership with EU. So that agreement actually includes the free movement of artists between the borders and countries and facilitation of their product. That found a practical implication through the some of our projects, including the Transcultura, that is also known for bringing artists together and their content as well. So many meetings we actually did online. It was still a COVID time, and some of them were quite popular, especially in the digital production of digital content production, I would say. That includes animation, the music, videography, and etc. As for Grenada, of course, we're working quite closely with the National Commission of Grenada for UNESCO, and I see the Secretary General is present. We also work with the Grenada Heritage Trust and other institutions for basically on the implementation of the conventions. We need to reinforce, I would say, some aspects of the implementation of the 2005 Convention for the Diversity of Cultural Expressions, but generally, if we take the ICH or World Heritage, we're quite good, and there are some projects that are ongoing for Grenada. All right, thank you, Rita.
Okay, thank you so much, Yuri. We also have another question online from Roxanne Thompson. Roxanne, please ask your question.
Yes. This question is for Mr. Philip from GIS. You place some emphasis on protecting brand Grenada. So my question is, how do we balance that with our responsibility to scrutinize issues that may not necessarily present Grenada in the best light? For example, with something like Spice Mass, if there are legitimate concerns about safety or organization, how do we make sure that protecting brand Grenada doesn't like unintentionally become censorship?
Thank you very much. That's an excellent question. I think first and foremost, we have to be mindful that from the government's perspective, we have to respect you as professional journalists. And one of the criterias within the presentation I made was the area of responsibility. Now, it is expected that in everything that we do, that there will be problems. Everything will never be perfect. And so the world would expect that if there is a challenge with something, an event was hosted, something was done, and that there was a challenge that came out of it, the intention of you as a journalist should be to do so in a credible way, and the information that you would choose to put out there would not be one to slander or to be malicious, but the intent is to investigate and, of course, bring resolve to whatever, or highlight what the challenge is and hope to bring resolution so that it benefits the nation. So we have to go back to our previous conversation where we were speaking about fake news and, that type of conditioning, that as a journalist, we as government, we should not be there to bridle you, but we expect that you to hold and be very distinctive in your ethics and be responsible for what you would produce, and to ensure that you're informing the public so that the impact you have would be one that still generates dialogue, but it would be all turned out to be positive for the nation. I hope that answers.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more comments from the room? We'll take the last one. We're 1 minute shy of 3:30.
Um, while, and from the question that Roxanne asked about protecting the brand and all of that, our role is always the same. Sometimes our role coincides with the interests of other people. Sometimes the story that we do, the government likes it, corporate likes it, whatever, because it aligns with their interests. But we must never deliberately set out to help anybody protect or defend their interests. And I was very surprised at the question, actually, coming from a media person, and while we do have an important role, because it is our country, and we are patriots, I hope, and that kind of thing, but we must never at any point contemplate a scenario where we are seeking to shelter the government or corporate or anybody else from bad news. It's just not what we do. It's not something we should ever consider, sheltering anybody from bad news. We just, and the judgments, we don't make judgments. We provide the information. The judgment is made by the constituents whom we serve. In the case of Grenada, 111,000 people. So yeah, considering how we report when the interest of the government is to protect the brand is something that can be a bit of a problem if we use it as a consideration in doing our work.
Thank you for your contribution, Ms. Faria. And I want to thank both presenters who are here with us in the room. That is Mr. Nelson, Livingston Nelson, and Mr. Jason Phillip for your contribution, and to Mr. Yuri Peshkov for your contribution in this discussion. Thank you all. I now turn you back over to your wonderful MC, Miss Abigail McIntyre. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Thomas Isaac, and thank you to your presenters for that stimulating discussion. And now we have arrived at the final stage in the back, of today's substantive program. Over the course of this workshop, we have explored a wide range of issues and perspectives surrounding media and information literacy and its importance to media stakeholders and society as a whole. Before we proceed to closing remarks, we will take a few moments to complete the post-workshop assessment, which is very important. Your feedback is a critical part of this process. It will help to capture the knowledge and perspectives gained during the workshop, while also providing useful information to guide future engagements and activities. To guide us through this assessment, I will ask Arita Phillip again to just lead us through this process. So, Ms. Phillip, over to you.
Thank you so much, Ms. McIntyre. I think that you have said most of it quite well, and so there isn't much for me to share. I will ask Ms. Holness, our IT assistant, to bring the QR code on screen, and I will also share with you online in the chat in the room. You also have a copy of the QR code where you're able to complete the post-workshop assessment. I would also like to remind the participants who may not have completed the post-workshop assessment yesterday that there is an option to complete it twice. There is a specific segment which will allow you to select day 1 or day 2. And so we're asking if you were able to participate in both the days of the workshop, that you are able to complete the post-workshop assessment separately, to share the different feedback that you would have gained from your participation on both days separately. As we give you this opportunity, I just want to give you my thanks and appreciation for your participation. Also, with the pre-workshop assessment, as Ms. McIntyre shared, and as was shared by our director, Eric Fault, in his opening remarks, these pre and post assessments for the workshops that we're having for Sim Caribbean are very incredibly important to our work. It helps us with our implementation. It helps us with our understanding, of course, of your baseline knowledge and the areas and gaps for further supporting Grenada and other Caribbean member states, but specifically media stakeholders, whether you be within government, academia, civil society, or the private sector. Each of you have a specific viewpoint and may have differing needs. And so sharing those needs with us, of course, would allow us to address them to the best of our ability. And so I will sign off here. I will give you an opportunity to complete that specific activity, and I will hand back over to our moderator. Participants online have requested also the pre-workshop assessment link. And so that will allow me to make a note that the pre-workshop assessment only has to be completed once. So if you have never completed the pre-workshop assessment, I believe that you should have access to the QR code for this also in the room. Please ask. And I will be sharing a copy of the link to the pre-workshop assessment in the chat online. Thank you very much. Over.
Thank you so much, Ms. Phillip. I know that you are part of closing remarks for the closing ceremony. Was that your closing remarks?
No, those were not my closing remarks. Would you
Okay,
like
good.
me to do
All
so?
right. So we will just should we give our participants a minute or two? And then
Yes.
we'll have the, yes? Okay, right. So we'll give you about 2 minutes because I don't think the assessment is very long. And then we shall have the closing ceremony.
Sure.
All right, I think that was about 2 minutes. Are we done? No? Okay, well, we can continue while you finish up the assessment. Okay. So to officially close today's MIL and media stakeholder engagement hybrid workshop, we will hear from two individuals. The first will be Miss Anita Phillip, and she is the Associate Program Specialist for Communication and Information and UN volunteer with the UNESCO Regional Office for the Caribbean. Ms. Phillip, over to you.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, for this reintroduction. As shared by the moderator, I have the privilege of sharing appreciation on behalf of the UNESCO Regional Office for the Caribbean CIA team, Communication and Information Sector team. And so, of course, the past 2 days have been very important in building what UNESCO considers to be media literate citizens in Grenada and across the Caribbean. Of course, our specific workshop engagement focused on media stakeholders. I hope that media and information literacy is now a clearer concept to all of our participants. And we do know that media practitioners, whether you be within government, academia, the private sector, or civil society, do have an obligation to support the wider public in building their media literacy competencies. To the speakers in yesterday's opening ceremony, Ms. Keisha Gelano, who is the Secretary General for the Grenada National Commission for UNESCO, as well as Mr. Jason Phillip, Director of GIS Grenada, Ms. Calistria Faria, who's President of the Media Workers Association, Ms. Fiona Sandy, UN Country Coordinator for Grenada, Mr. Eric Fault, who is Regional Director for the UNESCO Regional Office of the Caribbean, and Ms. Carolyn McQuilkin, Permanent Secretary and Representative for Prime Minister Dickon Mitchell. Thank you all for your opening remarks and for setting the tone for this very important and engaging workshop. We have all been better for the remarks that you have offered. You have set us off with a very strong foundation to what has obviously become a very successful two-day engagement. To our Learn Massive Ceremonies, Ms. Abigail McIntyre, our sincere appreciation for your guidance over the past few days as a panelist, as a moderator, as well as the Master of Ceremonies. You have worn several hats, and so we have appreciated you in every single capacity. So our panelists and presenters, Dr. Paul Hector, who shared about UNESCO's work with MIL in the Caribbean, Kiran Maharaj for her presentation on MIL journalism, ethics, and research, Angela Kim for her presentations on AI ethics, disability, and gender equality, Mr. Phillip, of course, he joined not only as a presenter in the most recent panel, but he's also a member of our executive team. And he gave us a very important foundation yesterday on the digital transformation journey of the Government Information Service in Grenada. Also definitely presented us with a lot of very important information on Grenada's future, the GIS in Grenada's future as it relates to the digital journey. And so we thank you for that foundation and also that forward-looking picture that you have provided us with. We hope, of course, at UNESCO to continue our strong partnership with the government of Grenada and look forward to also working with the GIS in Grenada as we are able to in this partnership. Of course, as you implement media and information literacy, which you mentioned, was a very important pillar in your work to come. For our youth moderators and panelists, Raheem Smith, Zinzi Noel, and Carrie-Ann Maras, thank you so much for your presentations and for sharing the youth vision for media and information literacy in Grenada and speaking on the importance of youth participation, digital inclusion, and not only sticking to youth, but also incorporating the perspectives of older adults and professionals in the digital transformation development journey of Grenada. It's very important to have these perspectives, but also to see that youth are thinking inclusively, not only of their specific needs, but of the needs of all of society. Mrs. Roberts, Mrs. Shireen Thomas Isaac, and Ms. Calistria Faria, thank you for concluding day one of the workshop with many thought-provoking and informative engagements on government, the private sector, and of course, speaking to the importance of building public-private partnerships in Grenada with media. Today, we had a strong discussion to start on the importance of intellectual property rights and the associated legal protections. I want to thank our panelists from the World Intellectual Property Organization, Isabel Pimentel and Javier Spencer, as well as Mr. Robert Branch, who represented CAIPO Grenada, for their enriching and informative discussions on trademarks, copyrights, and intellectual property. And of course, the very important angle of how artificial intelligence is impacting intellectual property in the Caribbean, specifically as it relates to our culture and the products that we produce. In today's presentation on disability and gender equality, we also noted UNESCO-specific resources that were provided on inclusion for people with disabilities in media. And of course, I want to reiterate to participants that we will be sharing all presentations of all presenters today. And so please take a moment once you do receive these presentations to review the different resource materials that will be helpful to your further understanding of UNESCO's work, as well as the work of the national experts in Grenada. I also want to acknowledge Derica Samuel of the Grenada Council of the Disabled for underscoring the importance of inclusion in disaster preparedness and response. I think one of the very important quotes that she left us with was, "Don't just speak about us, speak with us, involve us." And so I also want to recognize her for her wonderful contribution. Ms. Alexis, thank you so much for your presentation and for sharing with us the important message of our society, of how Grenadian society can be further impacted by different stakeholders at every stage of the life cycle. So Grenada persons with disabilities do not only include adults, they could include youth, they include professionals, and all of these intersecting and, as mentioned, layering features need to be taken into consideration. Thank you for sharing this very important contribution on the interconnectedness of reach, understanding, trust, and action. Thank you to Dr. Nikhil Jain, who is the consultant for PAHO, representing PAHO Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean, for his presentation on health and mental health reporting in the Caribbean. I think he provided us with a lot of very important context, not only in relation to disaster reporting, but to reporting in general in emergency situations. And I think, of course, the language that is used in sensitive situation, the do's and don'ts that he would have shared in his presentation, I believe that this is something that will be very beneficial to the media stakeholders who participated in today's workshop. I also want to thank our final presenters, which would have included Mr. Livingston Nelson, Mr. Jason Phillip, and of course, Mr. Yuri Peshkov. Thank you for ending the SIM Caribbean MIL and Media Stakeholders Workshop on an incredibly high note with this very enriching presentations on culture and the importance of cultural identity. And I think something that was very well said by Mr. Livingston Nelson is the importance of personhood and understanding who one is and how that impacts the brand of a specific country and building on that over time. And so to all our moderators, Mr. Raheem Smith, Ms. Ruth Roberts, Mrs. Roshana John Mitchell, and of course, Mrs. Shireen Isaac, and of course, Mrs. McIntyre as well. Thank you so much for all of your support to engage the various panelists and to manage the time and to keep our sessions flowing well. Your contributions are invaluable. To the executive team, which includes Mrs. Shireen Thomas Isaac, Mrs. Ruth Roberts, Mr. Jason Phillip, Ms. Keisha Gelano, Dr. Paul Hector, and myself. Thank you for all of the efforts that you have made behind the scenes to bring both days of this workshop together, to engage the various presenters and panelists and moderators. As you can see, we have been collaborating, planning and working together from 3 different locations. I'm in Antigua and Barbuda, Dr. Hector was in Jamaica, and our colleagues from Grenada. So we have worked together in a hybrid fashion to make today and yesterday's workshop a reality. I also want to recognize the UNESCO team, which includes Mr. Eric Fault and Ms. Natalie Holness, for their contribution and support. And of course, I cannot leave without thanking our participants in Grenada and online, the journalists, the communications officers, the media workers, the various secretary generals for the UNESCO Caribbean member states who joined us, the representatives from academia and civil society. Thank you all, thank you all, thank you all so much for your active, engaging participation. I just want to close by saying Sim Caribbean is about building, the purpose of Sim Caribbean is to help Caribbean member states to build a strong baseline for their awareness of media and information literacy. And this activity represents UNESCO's contribution to building inclusive and sustainable digital transformation in the Caribbean. As Eric Fault, our regional director, shared in his opening remarks, Sim Caribbean has meaningfully engaged Caribbean content creators, youth stakeholders, older adults, educators, and now we are engaging media stakeholders. We have also looked at MIL policy and curriculum. Very important to this work is ensuring that persons with vulnerabilities are included and that we are aware of the ethical considerations and that, of course, we work together towards a gender transformative lens. We thank you all for your active engagement and participation. And UNESCO, of course, is grateful once again for the support and partnership of the government of Grenada and the Grenada National Commission for UNESCO in the achievement and the successful execution of the Sim Caribbean MIL and Media Stakeholders Engagement Workshop. Over and thank you.
Thank you so very much, Ms. Phillip. Thank you. And so I would now invite the Director of Information, the Government Information Service, Mr. Jason Phillip, to present his closing remarks.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. And ladies and gentlemen, before I say anything, can I just get from you here and online, was this a great workshop for the past 2 days? I want to say that for the Government Information Service, this has been a very wonderful opportunity. And I'm very, very glad that we embraced this opportunity to work with this fantastic team to, of course, bring this workshop to a reality. Formally, I would want to say that as we bring this two-day media and information literacy and media stakeholder engagement workshop to a close, I wish on behalf of the Government Information Service and the Government of Grenada to express sincere appreciation to everyone who contributed to making this engagement both meaningful and productive. Over the 2 days, we have explored a wide range of issues that are increasingly important to the work of media and communication professionals. Our discussions have covered journalism ethics and standards, the responsible use of artificial intelligence, digital transformation, intellectual property and legal protections, disability and gender equality, health and mental health reporting, culture, and the wider role of media in our society. What these discussions have reinforced is that media and information literacy is no longer a specialized concern. It is fundamental to how we communicate, how citizens make decisions, how institutions build trust, and ultimately how our democracy functions. This workshop also reminds us that the rapidly changing media environment presents both opportunities and responsibilities. Technology has expanded our reach, but it has also increased the need for accuracy, ethical judgment, inclusion, accountability, and critical thinking. As media practitioners and communicators, we must ensure that the speed of information never compromises its integrity. The Sim Caribbean initiative is particularly timely in this regard, as it seeks to strengthen media and information literacy, artificial intelligence literacy, and digital competencies across Caribbean small island developing states as they continue their digital transformation. I wish to recognize and thank UNESCO's Regional Office for the Caribbean, the Grenada National Commission for UNESCO, our presenters, panelists, moderators, media professionals, public officials, civil society representatives, youth participants, and all stakeholders who shared their knowledge and perspectives. Special appreciation must also be extended to our organizing and technical teams, Mrs. Thomas Isaac, Mrs. Roberts, Ms. Jelino, Ms. Phillip, Aretha, and all persons et al. Who would have worked, and our technical team who has been with us for the past 2 days, the gentleman, Mr. Gary, and his entire team who has provided technical support. We want to thank all of you very much for your hard work. This ensured that these past 2 days was successfully delivered. Our hope is that these conversations do not end here. The real value of this workshop will be demonstrated by what we do when we return to our newsrooms, offices, ministries, organizations, and communities, how we apply what we have learned, how we strengthen professional standards, and how we collaborate to build a more informed, digitally capable, and media literate society. The Government Information Service remains committed to working with UNESCO and our national and regional partners to strengthen the communications environment in Grenada and to advance a culture in which credible information, responsible journalism, and informed public engagement remain central to national development. Thank you for your participation, your contribution, and your commitment over the past 2 days. I wish you all continued success in your respective areas of work, and for those traveling, safe onward journeys. Thank you, and I formally wish you a pleasant close to this very productive workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Phillip. And on that note, we officially bring the curtains down on our MIL and Media Stakeholder Engagement Hybrid Workshop. On behalf of the organizers, I extend sincere thanks to our presenters, moderators, facilitators, participants, my colleagues joining virtually, and everyone who contributed to making today's engagement possible, well, the last 2 days. I also encourage you to take the discussions from today beyond this room and into your newsrooms, your organizations, communities, and everyday interactions with information. Thank you for your participation and your engagement and your time. I am Abigail McIntyre, and it has been my utmost pleasure to be your master of ceremonies for this 2-day workshop. Everyone get home safely, and thank you again. Thank you.